calling in the horses for the first race. Still time to get those daily doubles in. You'll have to hurry. The kickoff race of Ohio Super Night 2021, and behind the gate is rolling. A purse of $13,000, top of the stretch for our Sunday opener, and here they come. To the lead, Jet Airliner, hard driven at the rail. True to Mock.
The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association presents Super Night, the Ohio Sire Stakes Championships. Super Night is presented by the Galbraith Equine Center at the Ohio State University Veterinary Medical Center and sponsored by Midland Acres, the Little Brown Jug, Centerra Co-op, and Bow River Jewelry. The best of Ohio are gathered on the north coast of the Buckeye State to see who the best in 2021 is. Hello again, everyone, from MGM Northfield Park for the Ohio Sire Stakes Championships. I'm Frank Froz, and I'm joined by Publicity Director of the Little Brown Jug, Jay Wolf. And Jay, tonight, 8 races, championship races, each going for $300,000.
Tonight is the work of 3 years ago for many of these breeders and owners. You know, by the time the horse is bred until tonight, it's been a long ride, and the payoff should come tonight for at least 8.
Now, 3 of these horses have a chance. They were 2-year-old champions to repeat. Summer Touch will look to win the 3-year-old filly Trot. Perron hopes to do the same in the Colt Trot. And then Charlie May, one of the top 3-year-olds in the country, will try to keep his Ohio crown.
Charlie May has been a darling in the state of Ohio and now getting a lot of publicity nationwide. So it'll be fun to watch Charlie May in tonight's 3-year-old Colt pace.
Well, when we return, we're going to talk about the first championship race of the night, the 3-year-old Trot. It's Super Night from MGM Northfield Park.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
Athletes, they come in all shapes and sizes. They catch, they leap, they run. Some athletes even come with 4 legs and paws and hooves. When these beloved family members need care, remember the Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center. Ohio State experts wrote the book on exceptional animal care and know how to get our best friends back on their feet. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
Welcome back to MGM Northfield Park, and joined tonight, first off, right off the bat, we're going to have you in the leadoff role tonight, Steve, is Steve Bateson, the president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. Steve, this is the biggest night for Ohio racing.
Big night for sure. I mean, we've got 8 races going for $300,000. It kind of culminates a very busy season here in Ohio. Delaware's a big week as well. But for a one-night production, this is it. All the big money's on the line. You see almost every prominent breeder in the state is here sitting at a table watching some of their offspring perform. So there's a lot of excitement and enthusiasm, and what a nice evening we have at Northfield. Unfortunately, 2 years ago when we were here, it wasn't as nice. We had great racing, but today the weather's fantastic and should be an excellent night of racing.
Great to see a great crowd up here as well.
Very good crowd, and Northfield Park is an excellent host. They years ago used to really manage, not to get into food, but had a very nice buffet, and they've organized around with the COVID experience, and they're doing a table dining tonight with a selected menu, and Looking forward to dinner, and I think for the rest of the evening, I just encourage people to look at how well some of these new stallions have produced this year and the money earned, whether it be What the Hill, Down by the Seaside, Fear the Dragon, Long Tom. Those would probably be the four prominent ones I would mention, along with creatine.
You talked about the breeders. A lot of people wearing lays with Down by the Seaside, a little button attached to them.
Yes, they were there, and I started to pick one up, and I thought, I should be impartial in this.
There's a marketing guy there smiling right now. All these people.
I almost did that. But, it's remarkable what has happened in the state, and I think over the next 60 days you're going to see some big things. And Down by the Seaside has definitely changed the altitude in the state. I think you're going to see that in the sale coming up in 2 weeks. I think you'll see it at the Lexington sale in October. And I think Grand Circuit time at Delaware and at Lexington, we're going to see some remarkable times from these Ohio-bred horses.
It's by no mistake that $2.4 million will be given away 2 weeks before the sale.
Right. And I think a lot of that money will get redispersed into our industry, most definitely, in buying some very prominent yearlings.
How important is it to have the spotlight on Ohio tonight?
It's very important. I think, there's some people say, why would you pick Sunday of Labor Day weekend? And I think that the timing is excellent. A lot of people are wrapping up their last weekend of the year. We've got a little bit of competition tonight, but not much. And I think for those watching on simulcasting broadcast, this is the night for Ohio. There's really nothing we're competing against. I think it showcases our state very well the first weekend here in September. I think it's a perfect fit. If we would have went last night, let's say at Scioto, and this was Northfield tonight to host, this year to host the final. Last night, we would have been a little more difficult.
Going up against Woodbine Mohawk.
Correct.
All the Grand Circuit races there.
And there was, several big prominent races, and I think it would have took a little bit of the luster off of our evening. I think tonight's all for us to shine. I'll make you a prediction tonight. We'll have at least one track record, and I think we could have two seasonal records tonight. We'll see, but, this first race of the night, which I'm guessing you guys didn't spend a lot of time on, it was just a $17,500 claiming race, just went in 151.
So it should set the table for what's going to happen. And the first race is our 3-year-old filly Trot. Steve, thank you much for joining us. Get back down there, enjoy yourself. But
thank you, Jay and Frank.
Well, let's take a look at last year's race, which was won by Guinevere Hall.
There they go. Off and trotting for the lead. That's Lima Gold on the inside. On the outside, Robin Banks in between horses. Kikamora, 4 wide on the outside. In between, a Fancy Face gets away fourth. Racing fifth, a Lovely Hall as they race around the turn. Racing sixth, Uncle Peter's Love goes off stride and taken off the course. Guinevere Hall gets away sixth as they race over to the quarter in 27-1. Into the lane first time, coming to the 3/8 mark. Out and following the cover on the outside, Globe Trotting. Up the inside, Tootie and treading the field, following that break, Uncle Peter's Love. Into the turn they go. It's Fancy Face and Chris Page showing the way. Kikamora and Mike Wilder right there second as they race into the turn. On the move on the outside. Here comes Aaron Merriman into Lovely Hall. Now fourth, now third. Following the cover on the outside, Peter Wren and Guinevere Hall. Now fifth on the outside. Sixth is Robin Banks. Racing seventh on the outside. Globe Trotting down the backside. Off the half, 56-2. 29-1. Second panel going to the 3/4 mark. A Fancy Face has the lead by a half a length. The outside to Lovely Hall is here second. Guinevere Hall ready to go 3 wide on the outside. Now fourth, now third and coming on. On the inside, Kikimora starting to gap out. Less than an 8 to go. Into the stretch, a Fancy Face has the lead. Guinevere Hall closing on the outside with every stride. Coming to the wire. Guinevere Hall remains undefeated, 7 for 7. An Ohio Sire State champion, Guinevere Hall, over a fancy face, 153 1/5.
Well, if this year's race is anything like last year's 3-year-old filly Trot, we're going to kick it off in a big way. So
Absolutely.
And-
Guinevere Hall went on to win the Ohio Breeders' Championship, became a Triple Crown winner, and was a true candidate for Ohio Horse of the Year. So, obviously, like you said, great mare trotter, and we got a great field of 7 here in this one.
top 8 get in. Marianne, one of the top 8, chose not to enter, so only 7 horses entered. We do have some races where one of the top 8 did not enter, and farther down, somebody took the gamble, entered, and got lucky. But in this one, only 7 in.
If the 9th place horse in the point still had to enter, so obviously they assumed that the top 8 were going to and didn't enter, but could cost somebody a chance for $300,000.
Take a look at this field. The number 1 is Herculesa, trained by Virgil Morgan. Brett Miller will get the drive. The number 2, Ozma, trained by Chris Beaver. Aaron Merriman will be in the bike. The number 3, Designer Specs. Jay Weller is the trainer. Ryan Stahl will do the driving. Number 4, Katie's Lucky Day. Todd Luther is the trainer. Trevor Smith will drive. Number 5, Bougie Girl with Virgil Morgan training. He has 2 entries in this race. Mitchell Cushing will drive. The number 6 is Swizzle Hanover. Randy Bendis is the trainer. Mike Wilder, the driver. And number 7, Celebrate With Me, the top point getter, draws the farthest post outside, number 7, for trainer Ron Burke and Chris Page.
Yep, drew the outside number 7, but does show some gate speed, so I would expect Chris Page to have this one forwardly placed, especially with just a field of 7.
Well, if you take a look at this field, most of these horses were winners at least one leg in the Ohio Sire Stakes. There's 4 legs. They get 51 points for a win. Then the points go down. The top 8 basically are in if you enter. If you don't enter, then whoever else below you enters, the top point getter would get in for this race.
I remember a few years ago, the 13th place horse in the points, went ahead and put in, and they drew in. That was at Scioto Downs, where they would start 9, but because it's a half-mile track, they only start 8 here at Northfield Park.
Well, and we kind of have a situation like that with Bougie Girl. Did not race in the first 3 legs, races in the 4th leg, finishes third. And gets in. And Virgil Morgan says, hey, I'm going to enter you. You never know what can happen.
He's got to beat 2 horses to get 5th place money. So, obviously, who's to question Virgil Morgan and his tactics with the veteran ownership group as well, Carl Howard, Joyce McClellan, and Larry Wills. So, like you said, entered just the 3rd or the 4th and final leg, finished 3rd, and finds herself in here tonight going for $300,000.
Let's take a look at these horses from the top down. We'll take a look at number 1, Herculesa, by my MVP out of the Andover Hall mare, Herculet Hanover. This year, 7 starts, 4 wins, and a second. Has earned $125,000 on the year, lifetime $206,000. And Herculesa,
The middle 2 was the fastest filly in this field with a 152 mile on June 26th at Scioto Downs. Was the favorite in last.
With play show. Exacta, trifecta, pick 4 wagering with no change. All my Jesmerl stable, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. Brett Miller drives the daughter of my MVP, Herculesa. All my Sandra Burnett and Christopher Beaver, who also trains. This daughter of Triumphant Caviar, Aaron Merriman drives the 2, Ozma. All my
So that's the post parade for the first, and we'll get back to where we were with Ozma, the number 2, trained by Chris Beaver, who's got 11 in the Sire Stakes tonight, which you'd sit there and go, wow, 11.
Yeah.
Ron Burke's got 14. Yeah. So, those are the 2.
Chris's are limited to 4 races, where Ron Burke, I think, has one in every race. So.
But Ozma was number 6 in the point, a 3-year-old by Triumphant Caviar out of Evanora. As I said, 5 wins and 17 starts, $122,000 in lifetime earnings. Did not race well the last time out, finished 4th in the Ohio Sire Stakes leg, but was a winner the time before that at Croton. So interesting that you have a Sire Stakes horse going back and racing at the fair level.
I understand we need to send it to Roger Houston right now.
Let's go to Roger Houston then for an interview.
With us here in the winner's circle is a gentleman who is part of the Ohio Standardbred Development Fund, George Berlin, and you serve on this committee with some other gentlemen as well.
Yes, Sunita Esty from Spring Haven Farm, and Dick McClellan, who's a longtime Standardbred owner.
Just what does the Ohio Standardbred Development Fund do?
Well, we set the rules for the sire stake, and in conjunction with the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, we determine what the purses will be, what the final will go for, and just generally make sure that it's running smoothly and according to the way we want it.
The state of harness racing in the Buckeye State. I'm sure you have an opinion on that.
Couldn't be better. We're probably leading state for breeding. We've got one of the strongest fair programs there is. If you're a little bit better than the fair level, you're comfortable, you can race in the Stallion Series, or you can race at this level here, which is as good as it is anywhere in North America.
You're proud of the accomplishments of the Standardbred Development Fund and also Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, aren't you?
Well, it's good for racing. It's good for racing nationwide. And takes a lot of effort, but we've got a lot of good people, and there's been a lot of cooperation. The legislature has been good to us, and we're happy where we are.
Well, I'll tell you, great job, and everything's going smoothly right now, and we appreciate that and all the efforts you put onto it. You're also known as a gentleman who ran the Canfield Fair, so to speak, for so many years. You've now retired from that, but you're also proud of that county fair, aren't you?
That is the 3rd largest county fair in America, and it's kind of a special event. If you haven't been, you should try it. You won't forget it. It's probably one of the best things in this part of the country.
They probably had something like, what, 100,000 people there today?
Well, we had a little rain today, so it was less, but they're expecting 120,000 tomorrow.
Are you still in the Guinness World Book of Records? Remember when we did the chicken dance at 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yeah, we had 30,000 people do the chicken dance. I think that's still in the Guinness record. I'm not sure.
Tomorrow is the final day of harness racing at 12 noon. They also got some mule races, and you'll probably be there.
I would imagine, yeah.
Well, George, we thank you for coming down and being with us here, and continued success with the Ohio Standardbred Development Fund and all your interests. You also got a horse racing tonight.
Two of them, yeah. Well, we appreciate what OHA does for us and what you do, Roger. We're on, it's good to be on a winner, so you're on a winner in Ohio.
Thank you ever so much. Back to Frank and Jay up in the clubhouse.
Thanks, Roger. Getting back to the field, the number 3 Designer Specs. Jay Weller will train, and Ryan Stahl drives. 11 starts, 7 wins, 21 of 25. Designer Specs
was
career.
A perfect 14 for 14 last year. You mentioned trainer and co-owner Jay Weller was involved in a train accident, so something tells me if Designer Specs wins tonight, his recovery will speed up a little bit.
Just a little bit. The number 4 is Katie's Lucky Day for Black Magic Racing. Todd Luther trains Trevor Smith, the driver. 8 wins in 15 starts, has earned $22,000 in her career.
Currently on a 3-race win streak, including the Ohio State Fair and the last Ohio Sire Stakes leg. First time Lasix tonight for this one.
Then we've got Bougie Girl, which we talked a little bit about. Just that 3rd place finish has made 17 starts. Has 6 wins though.
Is a full sister to Action Uncle, the last year's Ohio Horse of the Year. like you said, needed a third place finish in the last leg just to qualify for tonight.
There is Bougie Girl on our screen.
Has 6 wins on the season, last coming at Urbana at the county fair.
It's trained by Virgil Morgan. The number 6 is Swizzle Hanover. Randy Bendis trains. Mike Wilder will drive 15 starts this year, 5 wins, a second, and 4 thirds. Has earned $67,000. Has won 2 of the last 3.
Yep, won 2 races at the Meadows before a third place finish in the final Ohio Sire Stakes leg. Ohio native Mike Wilder will get the drive tonight. Finished 4th in last year's 2-year-old filly trot with Mike Wilder in the bike that night as well.
Definitely a step up, though, for Swizzle Hanover with this field.
Yeah, been on the board 10 of 15, but a lot of it was overnight action, so she's in stakes company tonight.
And we talk about the number 7. Definitely one of the favorites. Celebrate With Me. It'll be Chris Page in the bike for trainer Ron Burke. 9 starts, 3 firsts, 6 seconds. Just continues to race well. 17 lifetime starts and has hit the board every time. This horse knows how to get near
If
the
you look
finish.
up consistency in the dictionary, there's probably a Celebrate With Me photo. She's the richest in the field with $280,000. Was second in last year's 2-year-old filly trot. Back then, though, she was owned by Marty Woolham. So
had 3 seconds and broke that string of 3 seconds with the last leg on the 20th of August at Scioto Downs and picked up the victory there. And had won 2 of the 4 legs, and the other 2 came in second.
Yeah.
So the top point getter.
a lot of these horses show a lot of gate speed, so it might set up for a closer like Katie's Lucky Lady. So you might look back in the field to find your eventual winner here.
Well, the gate is out. Let's send it up to Ayers Ratliff for the call of our 3-year-old filly trot championship.
For your championship leg of the Ohio Sire Stakes 3-year-old filly trotters, a first $300,000, and here they come. The year Fanda trotting in, it's Swizzle Hanover who gets the first call. Hercules is right there, so is Ozma. Designer Specs along the rail. As they trot around the initial turn, then comes Katie's Lucky Day, Celebrate With Me. And the early trailer is Bougie Girl. They will move into the back stretch and up on the outside. Swizzle Hanover is trotting onto the top. Hercules is there in second. Ozma is third. Designer Specs is there in fourth. Katie's Lucky Day is fifth. By the quarter, 27-2. Back to the outside now. Hercules, she comes back to the lead. Then we come back to Celebrate With Me. That trailer is Bougie Girl. They continue around the turn where Hercules is the leader. Swizzle Hanover is there in second. Ozma trots along the inside. Designer Specs is now first up for Ryan Stahl. She'll be followed out there like Katie's Lucky Day. Third up in the flow for Celebrate With Me. The trailer is Bougie Girl, the half at 56-1. They will look into the turn being led by Hercules. Designer Specs works her way up on the outside. Swizzle Hanover is third. Out there in fourth comes Katie's Lucky Day. Buried out the rail is Ozma. Then it's Celebrate With Me. And the trailer is Bougie Girl. They're up the back stretch and trotting onto 3/4. And the leader is Hercules as she now sprints away. Hercules leads them out there now by 4 3/4, 124. In there the second, Katie's Lucky Day. Over there third comes Swizzle Hanover. To the outside is Designer Specs. At the rail is Ozma as they come to the top of the stretch. And it's Hercules. Hercules turns first now by 4 lengths. And their second is Katie's Lucky Day. But your championship filly, it is Hercules. Hercules to win. Katie's Lucky Day second. Swizzle Hanover and Ozma 152-3. At 152-3 is a track and a world record for 3-year-old trotting fillies. The old record set by Guinevere Paul and Peter Wren in 2020 last year. Broke tonight by Hercules and driver Brett Miller.
dominating performance by Herculesa.
I think we should ask Steve Bates. He said he promised us a track record. He didn't promise us a world record in the very first race of
Track
Super
record, world record, breaking the record set by Guinevere Hall. But what a dominating performance.
Used the rail position to her advantage, and interesting. The first eighth of a mile, Mike Wilder had Swizzle Hanover out there challenging, and Brett Miller decided to let him go, and then retook the lead in the far turn and never looked back. Herculesa was mighty impressive tonight.
And we might have Jinx celebrate with me. Talked about 17 to 17 on the board, and then all of a sudden.
Well, when you're not getting much of a breather when they go to the 3/4 and 124. Had outside post 7, was next to last most of the mile, and it's tough to make up time when they come home in a world record time 152 and 3.
27 and 2, 56 and 1, 124, and then the world record in 152 and 3. And if that's any indication of what we've got coming in, our next 7 races are going to be good.
Unofficially, I had Katie's Lucky Day second and Swizzle Hanover third.
Coming back to the winner's circle is number 1, Herculesa. Virgil Morgan Jr. trains. Brett Miller has the drive. We'll see if making her way around. So there's Virgil Morgan with Brett Miller. We got Dave Bianconi will be doing the Winner's Circles interview, so we'll have that down. We'll pick those up.
The blanket girl, Amy Holler.
Amy Holler down there put the championship blanket on, and
we'll give her a A- for her first effort of the day.
make sure we don't trip the horse with the cord down there.
Wouldn't be good. Herculesa's fifth win in 8 seasonal starts will double her bankroll from $125,000 this season. With tonight's $150,000, will now be at $275,000. MGM Northfield Park General Manager or Director of Racing Dave Bianconi in the winner's circle. We should pick up his interview right now.
All right, very happy winner's circle. A lot of these are going to be tonight. I'm flanked by Brett Miller and Virgil Morgan Jr. First off, Brett had the rail tonight with this filly, sent her on a mission and ended up with a world record.
Yeah, she's a tremendous filly. Virgil had her right tonight. She was awesome.
I mean, you had some good horses in here. Celebrate With Me has been a nemesis, but wow, she's really coming into her own here, winning what now? 6 of her last 7, it looks like.
Yeah, she can race on any size track. She can race any way also. She can race from off the pace. It doesn't matter.
On to the Delaware County Fair, I assume, with her?
Yes.
All right. Well, hope to see you back here again, Brett.
Thank you.
All right, Virgil, you got to be ecstatic. This is one of the stars of your barn, and when the money was down tonight, she was at her best.
Yeah, I'm thrilled for Steve Finkelstein, the owner. Great guy, passionate about the sport. He lives in New York. He couldn't be here tonight, but thrilled for him. You know, track record, world record. Action Uncle did it last year, and then this year's. That's special. It's special.
And, it all comes down to the final. I know we just talked. The final was not her shining moment last year, but she came back and won it this year when there's $300,000 on the line. I mean, wow. I mean, it all comes down to one race to some degree.
Yeah, I thought she was the best last year. She was in the 2-hole. She got crowded around the last turn. She just couldn't get out, and it was frustrating. It's been a long year, and I was thrilled to see she had the rail to vindicate herself from last year.
Now, she's knocked down $350,000 plus in just 14 starts. Hasn't ever had to leave Ohio. I assume she'll go to Delaware for the Ohio Breeders' Championship, and then are there Grand Circuit aspirations for this horse?
Yeah, so Steve stepped up, and we staked her. She's in the Breeders' Crown. She is in the Matron, so she's got life after Delaware, and we'll give her a shot. I think she deserves it. She loves to pass horses, so it'll be exciting to watch her race at the Meadowlands on a big track.
different game for these Ohio breds now. It used to be, beating up on each other, but really couldn't leave the state. Now they can go and do some damage elsewhere.
Yeah, things have changed. Fillies like this down by the seaside is just taking over the state. I would be surprised if he didn't have some horses finish 1, 2, 3 in the Breeders' Crown. Just can't say enough about him and our state as a whole. It's great to be in Ohio right now.
All right, Virgil. Good chance we could see you again. Appreciate it. Congratulations, man.
Thanks so much.
Trainer Virgil Morgan Jr. picks up the first win, and really what he said about Ohio is that now the way things are going, hey, rest of the country, look out.
They're taking notice, too.
So with that, a track record and a world record for Hercules wins the 3-year-old filly Trot to kick things off. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we will have overnight non-winners of 8,000 that we'll talk a little bit about, but we'll talk a little bit more about the performance by Hercules after this.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Visit us September 17th at the Pickaway County Fairgrounds and get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, and Long Tom. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Last year was unique in many ways. The Little Brown Jug isn't the same without you, the fan. Make plans now to attend this year's Little Brown Jug, where history is sure to be made and a new champion will be crowned.
You win the Little Brown Jug!
The 76th Little Brown Jug is Thursday, September 23rd. Please visit littlebrownjug.com or call 1-800-DEL-FAIR to learn more about ticket packages. Be there!
Welcome back to MGM Northfield Park Super Night here on the north coast of Ohio. I'm Frank Frost, joined by Jay Wolf, and what a great first race. The weather's perfect. The track obviously is set to go, so a lot of credit to the track folks here at MGM Northfield Park.
A little bit of redemption, too, for Hercules, as Virgil mentioned in his Winner's Circle interview, was considered the best 2-year-old filly trotter last year, but had a misstep in the final and finished the season with just that one blemish.
And then to come back tonight and really have a great race. In fact, here is the replay of that race. And as you can see, went off as the favorite at 4-5 and just, took control and dominated the race.
Designer Specs almost acted like a moving pick, if you will, down the backstretch. So everyone had to go around Designer Specs, just a little too fast of a pace for her. So as you can see here, Trevor Smith comes in with Katie's Lucky Day and picks up second.
You talked about Katie's Lucky Day with some late speed, maybe as a closer, but Hercules had just got so far out in front that, no way to catch her.
I think if the race was 1.5 miles, it might have been a...
We only go
twice.
Yeah.
Yep. We only go a mile.
Twice around here on the half-mile track here at Northfield Park. So the first one is in the books, and Hercules now $356,000 in lifetime earnings as a 2-year-old.
Dave Bianconi mentioned never left the state of Ohio. So
and it'll be interesting, life after Delaware.
There is no life after Delaware.
Well, the funny thing is, for years there really hasn't been life
Not
after
for Ohio
Delaware.
sired horse, yeah.
Horses. Now they will have the opportunity to continue on, and it's like you said, she has earned this right to go up against the best in the country.
I did an interview with Chris Beaver for an article a couple years ago, and I said, Chris, at what point are the Ohio breds going to be on par with national? He says, we're there now. So, obviously Chris Beaver, who you mentioned has 11 horses in the 4 finals tonight for the Trotters, obviously knows the trotting side of it, and Virgil knows the pacing side. And in his interview, he mentioned that down by the seaside could have a 1-2-3 finish in the Breeders' Crown. Wouldn't surprise him one bit.
It'll be great to see some Ohio horses in those races and competitively in those races as they go. Now we've got a non-winners of 8,000 in 4 starts.
You get excited?
You got 8 great races here. And after you've built the excitement up after a track and world record, and not to take anything away from these horses, but it'd be nice if we had them all strung together.
Yeah, these are the meat and potatoes horses that show up 365 days a year, and when you have an overnight race after a world record mile, you're right, it is kind of a letdown. But we have 8 good horses here going postward for $14,500.
And you just said the meat and potatoes. 21 starts for Rock and Motion, the number 1. Number 2, Executive Dash, and 31 starts. Meadowland Brutus has 29 starts. King Corona, 29 starts. Carolina Beach must have been on the beach for a little bit because only has 22 starts. And then 31 for Dragonology, Mick Thirsty, and then Tanner J with 17. But these, like you said, these are the meat and potatoes. These are the ones that, let's go to the post parade.
Wagering in this race, there are no changes. 1 is Rockin' Motion by Alyssa Patterson, Ryan Stahl. 2 Executive Dash by Melvin Fink with Ronnie Ryan Jr. 3 is Meadowland Brutus by Milner and Cola and Tony Hall. 4 is King Corona by Hyatt and Campbell for Brett Miller drives. 5 is Carolina Beach by Renee Berkery with Aaron Merriman. 6 Dragonology by Scalacci Stables and Sandboga Racing, Chris Page in the white. 7 Mick Thirsty by Miller and Fuchs with Kurt Sog. And the 8 Tanner J with Gerald Michael with Greg Grismore. And the Sulky. You have a very happy birthday going out to Kenny Worley. Happy 50th birthday, Kenny, from all of us here at MGM Northfield Park.
There's the field for the third here. Rock in Motion is a 6-year-old coming out of the Kent Sherman barn. Ryan Stahl will drive Executive Dash N with Ronnie Wren Jr. for trainer Paul Holzman. Meadowland Brutus is trained by Jessica Milner. Tony Hall will do the driving. Number 4 is King Corona. Brett Miller in the bike for trainer Tom Bigler. Aaron Merriman will drive the number 5 Carolina Beach for trainer William Burkuri. Dragonology, number 6, Chris Page will drive for Sam Scalacci. Number 7 is Mick Thirsty with Kurt Sugg and trainer Edward Miller. And number 8, Greg Grismore will drive Tanner J for Jessica Rogner. So, again, the meat and potato horses in this. The favorite, the morning line favorite was Carolina Beach, who's coming off a win on August 22nd. Now has earned almost $500,000 lifetime.
Yep, has been in the open and handicap division, so a little step down. Comes in off a win on his August 22nd mile here at Northfield Park in 150-1.
All right, well, let's throw it down to Roger Houston, who's got a special guest.
Here in the winner's circle, a lady that is going to be a bit nervous throughout the evening, we understand. Amanda Beaver, wife of Chris Beaver, and you, 11 horses racing tonight?
Yes, we have 11 in the 7th. Well, we had 1 in the 2nd, and then we have the 7th, the 9th, and the 12th.
Do you get nervous before the races with the horses?
Yes, always, because you never know what's going to happen.
It's been a great year so far for the Chris Beaver stable, and the dividends have paid off of what he's done this year as far as training horses and getting them to the races.
Yes, very much so.
Winning ticket. Undefeated.
Yes. Hopefully he stays that way.
He's a little later on, I guess, in the 12th race or something like that, so you got a while to wait on that.
Ron and someone else, I forget.
Does Chris get nervous?
No.
Nothing
does
phases you?
he does a little bit, but not too much. It's all, out of his hands once you hit the track.
Do you try to go to a lot of the races or not?
I go to a lot of the big races, but it's harder for me because I have 3 monkeys that I have to tend to.
What got this started about raising monkeys?
We heard a song when we first started dating that was "Haven't You Always Wanted a Monkey?" I forget who sings it, but we're like, yeah. So we started looking up YouTube videos and then started investigating and got a lemur to start with because they're easy, and then switched to capuchins.
You even remodeled your house, so to speak, to make room for them.
Oh yeah, I'm constantly remodeling my house for them because they make messes, so you have to keep them out of everything. So it's constantly, as they age, you're constantly redoing things and finding new problems.
What about the horses? Do they get around the monkeys every once in a while?
Yeah, I take the monkeys out to the barn and stuff. They all go, they love all the workers and everything. They go out there and see everybody, and they see the horses, and they're not scared of the horses, really. They'll jump right in the stall with them.
Well, Amanda, we thank you for giving us a few minutes before this race, and don't be that nervous. I mean, you got good horses, and when you got good horses, they race well.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. Amanda Beaver with us in the winner's circle here at Northfield Park.
Roger with the monkey business report.
The funny thing is, we did a freshman focus up at Chris's farm, which is just north of Delaware, and I knew they had monkeys, but didn't know what to expect. And here comes Amanda out with the one monkey on her shoulder. Next thing I know, it's jumping on Roger, it's jumping on me. I'm just like, and going, okay. And
I asked Chris one time, I said, does it feel bad that you're being upstaged by a monkey? He just laughed and says, yeah, I guess it's okay.
Yeah, but she talked about remodeling. They have a whole wing of their house that is set for the monkeys. And Roger was wondering if she was going to bring one of them today, but I don't think
monkeys travel well.
they do, but I don't know if they traveled up today for it or not. So as we get ready to go for here in the third, but you talk about that. Every horse in this race has earned over $100,000. They're the war horses of our industry.
If you look at the conditions, non-winners of 8,000 last 4 starts, also eligible non-winners of 1,400 per start. I'm not that good at math, but you look at number 2, Executive Dash. Last 4 starts has made $13,000. The reason he's in this race is it's an optional claiming a race for $22,500. 5 of the last 6 starts for this horse, he's went to a different barn at the end of the race.
And he's in again for $22,500. So if you have $22,500, you can have this horse, a 7-year-old by Well Said, and to have 81 starts, $134,000. As you said, it's changed barns, and who knows what's going to happen after this one? It may change barns again.
6 starts ago, he was racing for $8,000 claimers. So whoever had $8,000 that night's made a nice, tidy profit, at least $14,500 over the last 5 weeks.
Everybody talks about we're featuring our 2- and 3-year-olds tonight. We had our aged championships last night down at Scioto Downs. We'll talk a little bit about that later on. But, the claiming game is a way that people can get in quickly if they want. They can claim a horse. And basically, you show up, you put your money down. When the race is over, that horse is yours.
So, win, lose, or draw, the horse is yours.
Any claiming races at Delaware?
Actually, last year in the Ladies Pace Championship, one of their conditions is $5,000 claimer, and a horse did not qualify due to the regular conditions, but raced as a $5,000 tag. We had 20-some-odd claims entered in on the horse.
Wow.
Which is a lot considering Delaware, we're not used to taking claims. So Bill Lowe, who was handling the claims that day, says, "Don't ever do that to me again."
Who wrote that condition? Was that?
No, that's part of the Lady Pace series. So we look forward to having the 8 top point earners for the Lady Pace series. I believe that is on Wednesday.
How you keep them straight, I don't know, but that's one of those things. 22 people put a claim in for it, and their names all went into a hat, and they drew one name out, and that's the person that was lucky enough to walk away with that horse.
The horse won the race, and then in turn was claimed. So it's not often you hear Roger Houston say, the 7th race was a claiming race, and there was a claim entered. So,
well, this one, Executive Dash N at 22.5 tag. on him as we get set to go. They make the head towards the top of the stretch. Let's send it up to Ayers Ratliff for the third here from MGM Northfield Park.
$14,500 top of the stretch for the third race, and here they come.
So, I mean,
Here up and pacing, and it's Carolina Beach who's just rolling off the gate with filly and Executive Dash. He is there in second as they pace around the initial turn. Over there to be in early third comes Meadowland Brutus. As they will move into the backstretch, Rockin' Motion is there in fourth, pacing in there to be fifth. Comes King Corona. Then it is Dragonology, McThirsty, and Tanner J. The opening quarter at Testy 26 and 3. So Carolina Beach and Aaron Merriman leading them on into the turn. Over there to be second is Executive Dash. Meadowland Brutus is in third, pacing fourth, Rockin' Motion. King Corona is fifth. Then it's Dragonology moving to the outside, McThirsty. The trailer is Tanner J. As they pace here by the half, led by Carolina Beach in 54 and 4. Executive Dash in second, cruising up on the outside, King Corona third. Fourth at the rail comes Meadowland Brutus, Rockin' Motion being shuffled back. Gapping cover on the outside, McThirsty. Then it is Tanner J. The trailer is Dragonology as they will straighten up into the backstretch. Carolina Beach is under attack. On the outside is King Corona. At the rail in third comes Executive Dash. Over there fourth, Meadowland Brutus in 122 and 2. Pacing around this final turn, Carolina Beach out there by a head. On the outside, King Corona. Brett Miller trying to get him around the favorite here as they move to the top of the stretch. It's Carolina Beach turning with the lead. Outside, King Corona. Passing lane coming on Executive Dash. It's still on the inside, Executive Dash coming through to win. Finishing second, Carolina Beach, and tight for the rest, 151.
$150-1 for Executive Dash N, who took the inside down the passing lane and able to get up to edge Carolina Beach, who looked like, he had it in control the entire time.
Yeah, King Corona, though, the number 4 horse, Brett Miller, brought him up first over at the half and kind of pressured Carolina Beach. I'm sure Aaron would have appreciated a little bit of a soft third quarter. Didn't get it. Executive Dash was able to pick up the pieces and use the lightning lane to score.
7 straight on the board, 13th win of the year in 32 starts, and has earned $62,700. Add another 7 to that, so earnings are going to be just right around $70,000 now. The magic question is,
what barn is he going to after the race?
Exactly. We'll see if it was 5 claims in a row. And the funny thing is, it was a $12,500 claimer 5 races ago, and then it went for $17,500 and $17,500, and last time $22,500. And we'll have to see if the barn of Keith Cash Jr. decides that they want it back, because that's who lost it, 2 races ago. So that one is in the books, the third, as the owner, the horse making its way back around towards the winner's circle. Ronnie Wren Jr.
New lifetime mark.
Executive Dash, yep. Was it 151 and 2? Now 151, and just continues to get better as he gets older.
We mentioned in past broadcasts that if you look at the program, Executive Dash N, the N indicates that it's a New Zealand bred. You will not hear Ayers Ratliff or other announcers use the N during the program, but I don't know when this horse was imported into the into North America, but last 2 years has been racing mostly on half-mile tracks. If you look as a 6-year-old, took a mark of 154 and 2 at Freehold, which is a half-mile track in New Jersey.
Sometimes you'll see the A at the end. Sometimes
Australia?
you'll see the AS at the end. Sometimes you'll see, what else?
There's an S for Sweden.
So for Sweden, I haven't seen one of those in a while.
Mostly trotters.
Yeah.
Revenue S, one of the good open trotters in North America. Oh, boy, it's probably been a decade now. Time flies. But there are your winning connections. Trainer Paul Holtzman.
Best part about it is the little kids down there getting their picture taken. So, you know, they without a doubt enjoy getting their picture taken. So that will set it up now as we will now get ready for our second championship race of the night. The 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers will go for $300,000. And, you know, we've talked about the battle between Charlie May and Heart of Chewbacca that has been building up for 2 years. Well, I think we've got a similar situation.
Round 2.
Building up with some of the horses in this, and we'll be back after this break to tell you about those horses and talk more about the 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pace Championship after this.
At Centera Co-op, we share your passion for your horses. We have the feed and supplies you need to care for your equine athletes. Centera Co-op and Purina Animal Nutrition continue their partnership to help Ohio horsemen and horsewomen with innovative feeding solutions. Expert horse nutrition and care is available from our equine specialists. Call 440-321-9996 for more information. Centera Co-op and Purina Animal Nutrition, a winning combination for your horses.
Bow River Jewelers are the premier designers of standardbred jewelry for more than 30 years. We incorporate today's latest fashion designs into our Salke jewelry, creating a unique piece of jewelry which can only be found at bowriverjewelry.com. Your Salke jewelry headquarters. Visit bowriverjewelry.com today for your piece of Salke jewelry. Don't be shut out. Purchase today at bowriverjewelry.com.
Welcome back to MGM Northfield Park as we get set for the second of 8 championship races. This one will be the 2-year-old Colt Pace, which will go for $300,000, a total of $2.4 million up in these 8 races. The number 1 will be Buckeye Seaside. The number 2, Rose Run Explosion. Number 3, Terminator. Number 4, Seaside Way. Number 5, Gulf Shores. Number 6, Slingshot. Number 7, Trey Cruz, and number 8, Mr. Nut Nice. And we teased it as we went to break, Jay. Heart of Chewbacca, Charlie May had a great battle as 2-year-olds, and I think we've got that heating up again with Gulf Shores and Slingshot.
Absolutely. Gulf Shores comes in undefeated, a perfect 4 for 4. Slingshot comes in with 4 wins and 6 starts. The 2 defeats were both second-place finishes. So the real winner in this rivalry would be Bill Walters and Joe McLeod, as they bred both of them.
And, the 2 horses that beat Slingshot are in this race, Trey Cruz and Gulf Shores, who will bookend him in the starting gate. Slingshot has the 6, Gulf Shores the 5, Trey Cruz has the 7. But we talk about that battle with Charlie May and Heart of Chewbacca, and it was capped off last year pretty much here at the Ohio Sire Stakes before they met in Delaware. So let's go back and take a look at last year's 2020 2-year-old Colt Pace Championship from Scioto Downs.
Round the turn, and there they go. They're off and pacing. That's Charlie May going right out for the lead. Heart of Chewbacca is going to take the 2-hole trip as they race into the turn. Up on the outside, hard at work. Now third, racing fourth on the inside. Caviar Sergeant as they race around the turn. I'm Sorry Man gets away fifth. Racing 6, that's Laugh Again Hanover as they race around the turn. Going to the first quarter mark. Racing 7, Bernard Hanover. Opening quarter 25 and 3 as they race into the lane first time. Coming to the 3/8 mark on top of the field. Heart of Chewbacca hung on the outside. Now gets to the top. Charlie May will take the two-hole trip. Racing third, Caviar Sergeant as they race into the turn. Racing to the halfway point. Racing fourth, that's Art at Work and Mike McAuliffe. Halfway home, 55 flat. As they race to the backside and the three-quarter mark. Here comes McAuliffe and Hard at Work. Now fourth, now third and closing. Out to follow the cover. I'm Sorry Man fifth. Racing six. Laugh Again Hanover. Seventh is Bernard Hanover. Racing eight. Odds on pick six and trailing the field. Four-star Flash. Go on to the three-quarter mark. Heart of Chewbacca. 3/4 in. 1:23. Backside and 28. Charlie May comes to the outside, and here's the battle we expected. Heart of Chewbacca, the leader. Charlie May closing on the outside. Stride for stride, nose to nose. Charlie May on the outside. Heart of Chewbacca. Charlie May looked him in the eye and went right on by. 1:50-2. National Seasons record.
That was last year's 2-year-old Colt pace, Charlie May, with the big win in that event. And let's head back down to the winner's circle. Roger Houston standing by with several guests.
With us here in the winner's circle right now, the Wingfield brothers. And they've got a horse in tonight's race. Right now, considered either 1 or 2 in harness racing in the Buckeye State, along with another horse in the name of Slingshot. Who wants to start first? How did you come about, Charlie, how did you come about getting Gulf Shores?
Oh, we were asked to get in.
Really?
Yeah. Diamond Creek and boys from Findlay.
Yeah.
And we agreed to get in.
Have you ever turned down an offer?
Not that I ever remember.
That's what I was thinking. Now, Tom, have you seen all of these races this year?
Been to all but one. We had a big family thing on the one race that we had to skip. But besides that, we've been to the rest of them. Yeah.
Now, when did Brian tell you that you really got something?
To be honest, he really never tells us. I don't think he wants to get our hopes up as much. I hear more from other people that he says Gulf Shores might be his best. So
I know when we did Freshman Focus and we were talking about Gulf Shores, he told us that he thought he was probably the best Ohio bred, he said. Yeah. He did qualify it in that respect.
Yeah, he's looked the part so far.
Now, Bob, are you into harness racing now, or is it because of your brother and things like that?
Because of brother Charlie. We're in harness racing because of him. And back in 2012 when Charlie got his kidney, we had a chance to buy into a Pennsylvania bred, and Charlie said he'd do it if Tom and I got in with him. So, and that's where Tom and I really got into it. Charlie's been in it for 50-some years, big time.
You experienced the thrill of winning the Little Brown Jug.
Oh, yes, definitely. That was the day. That was wonderful.
Who's got it on the ringtones?
All of us.
Yeah. All of you. They got the call of Limelight Beach. Yeah. Well, that was a big day. You know, we told Charlie that we were going to be the first interview that day when he was in the winner's circle, and we lived up to it, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Yeah. Well, folks, that's the Wingfield brothers from the Buckeye State, of course, and they've got a horse by the name of Gulf Shores, who many consider the top 2-year-old pacer in Ohio. But things can happen in a horse race.
That's for sure. That's for sure. Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Back up to Frank and Jay.
How come no one ever asked us to get involved in something like that?
I don't know, but for what they paid for that horse, I don't think I could have been part of it. So
they did pay $100,000 as a yearling, so I'm not sure what percentage the Wingfield brothers have, but
again, you know, that's one of those. It's a down by the seaside, and that's a sire that everybody is talking about, that everybody says is going to put, you know, some of these coming into kind of rarefied air with the yearling sale coming up in a few weeks.
If we get a world record in this race, it will break Down by the Seaside's world record. So Down by the Seaside was 150 at Delaware on Sunday in the standard bred.
Well, let's go to the post parade, and then we'll talk about the horses for the 4th here at MGM.
Stake Championship for 2-year-old Colt and gelding pacers, a purse of $300,000. No change here when play show exacta trifecta, 20-cent superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. Owned by AWS Stables, Constant Paul Hamus and Mary Beth Walters. Trained by Mike Paul Hamus. Son of Down by the Seaside, driven by Kate Kaufman, 1 is Buckeye Seaside. Omaberg Racing Stable, Weaver Brasimi LLC, J&T, Silver Purnell and Living, and P. Calera, trained by Ron Burke. Son of Down by the Seaside, driven by Mike Wilder, 2, Rose Run Explosion. Omaberg Racing Stable, C. Page, Knox Services, J&T, Silva Stables, trained by Ron Burke, a Son of Down by the Seaside, driven by Chris Page, the 3 is Terminator. Omaberg Racing Stable and Weaver Brasimi. Knox Services, Slaughter Racing Stable, trained by Ron Burke. Out of Down by the Seaside. Driven by David Miller, the 4, Seaside Way. All My Country Club Acres. Diamond Creek Racing, Wingfield Brothers, trained by Brian Brown. By Down by the Seaside, driven by Ronnie Wren Jr., 5, Gulf Shores. Owned by M. Samaglio, W. Richardson, W. Solari, and R. Gil Martin, trained by Christy Noble. Son of Down by the Seaside, driven by Dan Noble, 6, Slingshot. Owned by J.E. Mossbarger, TKO Racing, N.A. Friedland, trained by Steve Carter. By a Yankee Cruiser, driven by Brett Miller, the 7 is Trey Cruz. Completing this field, owned by Kenneth Hurst Jr. Trained by Rashawn Trigg, a son of Racing Hill, driven by Ronnie Gillespie, the 8, Mr. Nut Nice, and that's the field for the 4th race. Ohio Sire Stake Championship for 2-year-old Colt and gelding pacers.
Probably could have called this the Down by the Seaside race because there's 6 of Down by the Seaside foals in this thing.
6 of the 8. The other 2 are Racing Hill and a Yankee Cruiser.
It just goes to show what you've got. So again, Buckeye Seaside, King Kaufman will drive for Mike Paul Hamus. A win and a second in 6 starts, finished 7th in the points. Rose Run Explosion. Mike Wilder will drive for trainer Ron Burke. 6 starts, has not won yet. One of the maiden in this race, a couple of seconds and 2/3. The number 3 is Terminator. Chris Page will drive for Ron Burke. Ron Burke's got 3 entries in this race, the 2, the 3, and the 4. Terminator, a couple of wins in 6 starts. The other one for Ron Burke is Seaside Way. David Miller will drive 6 starts, a win, and 3/3. And then you get the 2 that are going to do battle that everybody expects. Gulf Shores has won 3 of 3 legs, 4 starts, 4 wins, $101,500 in earnings. And the number 6, Slingshot, coming out of the Christy Noble barn. Her husband, Dan Noble, will drive 6 starts, 4 wins, 2 seconds. The number 7 is Trey Cruz. Steve Carter trains. Brett Miller will drive 6 starts, a couple of wins, 2 seconds, and a 1/3. And the number 8 is Mr. Nut Nice with Ronnie Gillespie, who's having a whale of a year on the fair circuit. 7 starts, 4 wins for Mr. Nut Nice. Is it a two-horse race?
Oh, absolutely. And I think the bettors think it's a 1-horse race. 2-5 favorite is your number 5, Gulf Shores, followed by 7-3. So 3.5 to 1, now 4 to 1, Slingshot. We talked a little bit about the yearling prices. Gulf Shores was a $100,000 purchase. Slingshot was a $60,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale. The bargain of the group was Trey Cruz, who was $24,000 at the Ohio Select Sales. 5 of the 8 were purchased at auction. The other 3 were homebreds.
And then Jay, talk a little bit about, you buy these horses as a yearling. You don't know if they're ever going to make it to the racetrack, do you?
You absolutely don't. Obviously, you can look at pedigrees for the the dam and the sire. The sire was a first-year sire, so you really don't have anything to go with there. But you can look at the dam and see what she has produced in the past, and what percentage of those horses have made it to the races. So, I mean, you look down here. You got the Nobles, the Browns, and the Burks. So, I mean, obviously they're all astute when it comes to picking out yearlings. So, while 100,000 may seem like a huge investment for us, it's probably the success of this horse was probably expected by Brian and all those involved.
And you talk to some trainers, and they just know that with certain sires, the chances are you're going to make it to the track. But it's what, about 50% make it to the track, and then how many win after that?
Yeah, only 33 horses competed in the Ohio Sire Stakes, so in the 2-year-old Colt. So from 33. We had several hundred that were originally eligible. Only 33 made a start in the Ohio Sire Stakes, and we're down to the final 8. So
and those are the ones that people expect to be there. Now, the nice thing about the Ohio racing in Ohio is if you don't have one that can compete at this Ohio Sire Stakes level, you can come down, take a step down, and you got the Buckeye Stallion Series.
Yeah, and don't forget the fairs. The fairs are quite impressive. I've seen $11,000 fair races this year. It just depends on the number of splits they have. So, basically Ohio is a 3-tier system, and it's great to have. There's a level for every horse in the state of Ohio.
You talk about the fairs and the purses as you get later in the year too.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of 3 divisions for one, you might only get that
2.
one division, and next thing you know, you have 4 or 5 horses going for $11,000 or $12,000. So it's a nice way.
Never seems to happen to me though.
So Gulf Shores and Slingshot will be the 2 that everybody will keep the eye on. The starting gate now rolling down the front straight. It'll start getting in position. A little surprised to see a maiden in here.
Yes, Rose Run Explosion, still winless on the year, but has hit the board in 4 of 6 starts. Was a $35,000 purchase at the Lexington Select Sale.
Take a look at that one the last time out, the Ohio Sire Stakes at Scioto Downs on August 21st. Finished second, had the lead for most of the race, but got caught down the stretch by Gulf Shores. So,
not a bad thing, I guess.
Not too bad that you finished in second there, but Ron Burke, though, has 3 of his 14 in this race. And Ron Burke is one of the top trainers, not only here in Ohio, but across the country as well. And you can see by him having 14 in these 8 races.
Yeah, I mean, he is the best for a reason. It's always fun to see Ron in Ohio. He is based in Western Pennsylvania, as you know, but it's always nice. I saw Mickey warming one up and Ron, so I think the entire Burke Brigade is here today because of the number of horses they do have in tonight.
And that, it being the feature of what's going on here in the state of Ohio tonight with our Ohio Championships as we get set to go. Let's throw it up to Ayers Ratliff for the 4th race here from MGM, the 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pace.
From the rail out Buckeye Seaside, Rose Run Explosion, Terminator, Seaside Way, Gulf Shores, Slingshot, Trey Cruz to the outside, Mr. Nut Nice. They're at the top of the stretch for the 4th race. Here they come. They're a band of pacing. Gulf Shores gets that first call. His inside Terminator. Buckeye Seaside is at the rail. Far outside Slingshot as they circle the turn to the backstretch. Getting in there to be next is Rose Run Explosion. Then comes Seaside Way, Trey Cruz, and Mr. Nut Nice. So they go to the opening quarter. And out there and with the lead, Slingshot. Gulf Shores is in the pocket. Terminator is 3rd. By the corner in a hot 26 and 2. Pacing in their 4th, Buckeye Seaside. Then we find a Seaside Way. Over there to be next comes Trey Cruz and the trailer, Mr. Nut Nice. So Dan Noble is applying the brakes on these, and Slingshot is leading the heavily favored Gulf. Terminator is there in 3rd. Buckeye Seaside 4th. Here comes Seaside Way and David Miller. Up and down the outside there. In 56 and 3. Also the outside Trey Cruz. So is Mr. Nut Nice. The trailer. As they move around the turn, it's now Rose Run Explosion. Shock 3/4 and 124 and 2. In and around that final turn, and the leader is Gulf Shores. Gulf Shores now by 3. Trying to move into second comes Terminator. On the inside to be third, Slingshot. They're in the stretch. And with the lead, it's Gulf Shores. He remains undefeated, and your Sire Stake champion, Gulf Shores, to win. Terminator finishing second, holding third was Slingshot, and fourth was Seaside Way, 152 and 1.
$152-1, and Gulf Shores just again a dominating performance is all you can say with that. He let Slingshot go to the lead and just bided his time, and then when finally Ronnie Wren Jr. asked him, he took off.
I was surprised. Chris Page with Terminator when the gates wings closed. Chris Page really sent Terminator out there and forced Gulf Shores and Slingshot 2 and 3 wide through most of the first turn, but. Slingshot did clear to the front, and David Miller, who's in town, it's great to see the Hall of Famer David Miller in town, was brought Seaside Way first up and flushed Gulf Shores out down the backstretch, but Gulf Shores was definitely the best tonight.
So the connections of the Wingfield Brothers Country Club, Acres Diamond Creek Racing, pick up the victory for trainer Brian Brown. Ronnie Wren Jr. gets the drive, and now 5 starts, 351,000. Let's go down to Ayers Ratliff. Well, there's our winner, Gulf Shores. Big hug, Ronnie Wren, for the caretaker. There's Brian Brown with the fist bump. He's got to be happy. Brian Brown with 3 in tonight gets himself a victory with his first chance. Mr. Steve Bateson.
There are some of those blue lays that Steve Bateson was talking about earlier. Brian Brown trained down by the seaside as a 2 and 3-year-old.
Yearling prices just inch up higher.
I'm sure breeder Joe McLeod is smiling because obviously they'll be having quite a few yearlings being sold in Ohio and Lexington the next few.
Well,
there's a picture of Jennifer Brown in the winner's circle there with Brian. Jennifer is the Lady Pace honoree this year, and we're going to go to Dave Bianconi.
Well, here with Gulf Shores. This one only knows the winner's circle, Ronnie. 5 for 5 now, lifetime. Patient drive by you there. Slingshot one at the front, and even as the prohibitive favorite, you were content to sit tight for a while.
Yeah, we were going a pretty good clip there, 26 and 2, and I knew Danny had a nice colt, and I wasn't worried about him taking me to where I needed to be. And yeah, I knew down the backside I'd make a race out of it, and my horse didn't disappoint. You know, all year long I thought he was the best colt, and I think tonight he showed it. I just want to give a shout out to Brian and Jenny. They've done a great job with this horse, and Ashley Dawas, great job taking care of this horse all year.
I mean, you told me coming into qualifiers, make sure I'm down on this horse. I remember that because I remember the name, and you nailed this one early along that you wanted to drive on this 2-year-old.
Yeah, I qualified him twice in Delaware, and I told Brian he was special. And, you know, I think down the road he might be thinking Breeders' Crown this year, so hopefully we'll get the chance to perform on a bigger stage.
All right, let's give Brian a yell, and I'll let you and Young Easton Wren take it from here. Thanks, Ronnie. Brian Brown. Brian Brown. I need the mic turned back on. Brian Brown, winning trainer. Brian, you got to be tickled to death to have a 2-year-old like this.
It is. I mean, he's a special little horse. my owner, Jim Kaler, just told me, you remember in Florida, you didn't talk about this horse. I described him as a brown paper bag in Florida. He was just ordinary, doesn't do anything. He still does it, but he just goes out and races every time.
Just wins.
He wins. You know, he made a big move down the backstride. He went around a very nice horse and did it pretty handily.
And Brian, of course, you know a lot about the sire of this one as well.
That horse has been a godsend to us. He colicked in Florida or in Australia. I hope he comes back good and safe. But he's had a phenomenal year.
And a great racehorse won the Milstein down by the seaside, if I'm not mistaken.
You're right, and he paced a half on the outside in like 53 and 3. It was probably his best race of his life that day.
And just a transcendent sire so far in his first crop. It's just been unbelievable.
Hopefully he keeps going, but off of what this year looks like, he looks like he's going to be a great sire.
Absolutely. We still got plenty more bullets in the gun. Best of luck to you, Brian. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, again, Gulf Shores, just a great performance. And, you know, and Brian mentioned it in the winner's circle that he colicked down in Australia. So a little bit of, down by the seaside, a little bit of concern regarding that. But from everything I've read, everything looks like it's going to be okay.
What Brian's referring to is down by the seaside is a dual hemisphere stallion. So during the spring here in the United States, he'll stand in the United States, and then they'll put him in quarantine and ship him to Australia. So he is a stallion also in New Zealand and Australia. But nothing but the best for down by the seaside. I'm sure that he's getting the best care, and we look forward to seeing him back here in the States to start the 2022 breeding season.
So a great race today for Gulf Shores. Ronnie Wren Jr., the win in 152-1. Second went to Terminator, third Slingshot, and I think you're getting the rest of the rundown. Fourth, Seaside Way. So it was 862, 413, 57 if you're in your program counting it down. So fourth went to Seaside Way, and fifth went to Trey Cruz. So final time 152-1. So 2 of our 8 are in the books. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we've got another non-winners of 8,000 coming up, and then after that, I think we've got 5 in a row. 5 Ohio Sire Championship races in a row after the next one, but we'll take a break and we'll come back after these short messages.
Your animals provide unconditional love. When they hurt, you want the best care available to help them enjoy life again. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center is here for you and for them. From heart disease to cancer, diabetes to broken bones, and 24-hour emergency services, Ohio State's team of experts make a difference in the lives of animals and the family members who love them. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Visit us September 17th at the Pickaway County Fairgrounds and get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, and Long Tom. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Welcome back to MGM Northfield Park as 2 of our championship races are in the books. But next up, we're going to have a non-winners of 8,000 in the last 4 starts. 9 will go to the gate. The number 9 will start from the second tier. We have RJZ First Lady, driven by J.D. Wengert for trainer Brian Miller. Number 2, Lucky Stormin, with Luke Ebersol in the bike. The number 3 is Fingal's Wave. Greg Grismore will drive for Jessica Rogner. The number 4 is Get the Cash. Chris Lems for trainer Kelly O'Donnell. Number 5 is Don't You Say It. Kent Sherman is the trainer. Chris Page will get the drive. Ryan Stahl will drive the number 6 Cherry Peep for Andy Rickert. Number 7 is Aerosalt. Tony Hall will drive for trainer Samantha Blystone. Number 8 is Here Comes Charlie B. Billy Davis Jr. is the driver for trainer Dan Veneer. And the number 9 is T-Bar. Keith Cash Jr. trains and drives this horse. So coming off of these are some of the horses that, the meat and potatoes. They're out here, every week.
Race number 3 was the non-winners of 8,000 last 4 for the Pacers, and race number 5, this one is non-winners of 8,000 and last 4 for the Trotters. So we get to see the trotting gate tonight.
Two of these are coming off of wins. RJ's First Lady was a winner back on the 25th with Northfield, and Here Comes Charlie B was a winner also, and the non-winners of 5,000 in the last 4.
RJ's First Lady is only making its 5th start of the season, so there must have been some issues, either health or lameness-wise.
Had only 12 starts as a 3-year-old. Lucky Storman has 3 wins in 12 starts this year. Number 3, Fingal's Wave, 5 wins in 25. Get the Cash has also 5 winners this year in 27 starts. The big winner, though, is number 6, Cherry's Peep, has 7 wins in 26 starts, had 7 wins last year, has 120 lifetime starts, and has earned $266,000, a 6-year-old mare. So we got a mare going up against the boys in this race. I think she's the only mare in here, in fact. So it'll be interesting to see how the mare handles the boys.
Number 8, Here Come Charlie B, comes in off a win, as you mentioned earlier, on August 29th. Gate to wire in 155-3 with Billy Davis Jr. will be with the outside post number 8.
So and then starting in that second tier, we talked about that T-bar. We were talking a little bit earlier with somebody about starting, there's the ownership group of Heart of Chewbacca drawing the 8, where sometimes it might be a little better to be that 9-hole in that second tier rather than be all the way on the outside, because you can follow somebody who might have some gate speed.
It's tough to get parked from the 9-hole at Northfield. It's really easy to get parked from the 8-hole at Northfield Park.
So we are waiting on the 5th. They are out warming up right now. We should have the post-parade coming in a few seconds. But, Jay, what do you think after 2 races, 2 dominating performances by Herculesa and Gulf Shores?
Yeah, and you look at both of the trainers. You got Virgil Morgan and Brian Brown, 2 of the most well-respected trainers in the state of Ohio, and the winners on the first 2 races are Brown and Morgan. So it doesn't, and then you have Ronnie Wren and Brett Miller being the 2 winning drivers. So obviously the cream rises to the top here on Super Night.
Well, Ron Burke, as we said, 14 entered in the 8 championship races. Chris Beaver has 11. And then it's a big drop off to 3 with Virgil Morgan Jr., Christy Noble, and Brian Brown each had 3. And then Jason McGinnis has 2, as does Todd Luther and Steve Carter. And then the nice thing to see is you have an awful lot of trainers that are even one horse. They're in this. That's the one horse that their barn, basically operates off of. It's the bell cow. The one that's out there in this championship race.
I mean, you look at some of the names who have just one one starter, and that's Ron Potter and I see Dan Ader on your list. So I mean, or Kyle Ader.
Yep.
Sorry. But
Herman Hagerman with
exactly.
1.
He's one of the leading trainers up here at Northfield Park.
So, but it's nice to see them getting that opportunity to race for $300,000. Some of these guys have never had that opportunity and have been in the business for a long time, and this is the one horse that they get in their barn that they just however they ended up getting that horse at a sale or a homebred. We talked about some of the prices that were paid for some of these yearlings. We got a couple of big sales coming up in the next month or so. We got one in 2 weeks, I believe.
Saturday before Jug Week starts. I believe that would be the 18th.
That's the one down in Pickaway County, I believe.
Circleville.
Yep.
That's correct. That's the Ohio Select Sale.
And it's going to be interesting to see what the price tags are.
Well, officially, the yearling season started 2 weeks ago with the Blooded Horse sale down in Springfield. The summer sale, they did have some yearlings, and so yearling sales are underway.
It's always fun to go to them. Even if you're not planning to buy a horse, you keep your hands in your pocket.
I was going to say, my only suggestion is don't wave to anyone across the room.
And you go there. I'll never forget the first one I went to. It was the Buckeye sale over in Springfield, and went to it, and I was amazed at the number of people that were there. You know, the last year COVID, you know, not as many people were there, but the first one I went to, the number of people that were there, the number of horses that were for sale. I mean, in some of those sales, you can buy a yearling, you can buy a racehorse, you can buy one, and the next day you could have it out on the track. Some of them are racing.
A lot of opportunities. I know there's four-blooded horse sales in the state of Ohio year-round, and then we have the Ohio Select Sale, and then it'll be the Buckeye Classic Sale also at Springfield, but I believe that one's in early November. So
yeah, the catalog just came out for that one. I happened to pick it up when I was up at Canfield.
And did you pick a winner?
Well, let's just say I went through it,
Okay.
and and what I want to try to do is go through it and see. Okay, I circled some. This one's going to be a lot. This one's going to be a lot. What that price tag is.
So
you don't know.
that's actually a lot of fun to do. Is Frank Frost predictions of what you think this is going to go for.
But it was kind of funny when we were doing these freshman focuses. I'll never forget we were talking to Virgil Morgan Jr. and his advice was, if you want to pick a winner, he says, take the program from the Ohio Sire Stakes, look at who the sires are, and then look at who have sired the mares. And he says, if you can find those combinations, you got a good chance of having success.
So Virgil's given a secret.
No, he didn't want to say a lot of success, but just success. But no, if you do that, and it's real easy to do in those catalogs, you can see who the sires are, and then it lists the mare, and then it also lists who the mare's sire is, and you can kind of just go through and go, all right, that's one that looks promising, that one.
I know you and Roger did a lot of freshman focus around the state. It's probably rewarding to watch some of the horses that you featured way back in late April now, here on Super Night.
That really is, because we went into that not knowing, and a lot of the trainers didn't know what they had as well. And, like Brian Brown, Gulf Shores was one of them we talked about. But back then when we did these things, really didn't know how special that horse was going to be. But as Ronnie Wren Jr. said in the interview, he qualified him twice at Delaware. Both times, and you take a look back, that was in June. We did those freshman focuses before June.
April and May.
So you didn't know what you really had.
So if Brian Brown refers to your yearling as a brown paper bag, that's a good thing, right?
It must be. So as we get set to go, as it looks like we might be getting ready for the post parade now for the 5th, maybe?
One going off the track. I believe that is Chulo from Per Eggblom has one warming up for
once they get them all
2-year-old
off the
Colt
track,
Trot coming later on.
Little different than the county fair races when you've got the post parade going on and you got some warming up here. They wait till all the warm ups are off, and then they will start bringing out the
Northfield gives you plenty of time to warm your horses up between races.
That they do. So as we get set for the 5th, we will have coverage all the way up until the 11th, I believe. The 12th is our last race of the night. We will have it. And here's the post parade.
There is the call to the post.
Head down and have the post parade.
Horses now move on to the racetrack for the 5th race. 1 mile trot, a purse of $14,500 with play show. Acta, trifecta, 20-cent superfecta wagering in this race. There are no changes. Our grading trotters, one is RJ's First Lady by BDM Stables with J.D. Wicker. 2 Lucky Storm and Elvira Bernardi and Slater. Keversala. Reyes Finkel's Way, followed by the O'Neills.
Does Roger have anyone?
He's supposed to. I think he does. It's easy down there.
Or Guess the Cash, owned by Pilatus, KO Racing Stables. And Maynard with Chris Wells. 5, Don't You Say It, owned by the Suggs with Chris Page. 6, Cherry P, followed by Hendricks, Stahl, and Rickard, Ryan Stahl. 7, Aerosols, owned by Ryan and Ryan Tony Hall. 8, Here Comes Charlie V, of Daniel Venier with Billy Davis Jr. 9, T-Bar, owned by Morrison and Balsarac with Keith Cass Jr. In the sulky.
So that was the field for the 5th, which is the non-winners of 8,000 in the last 4. Also, non-winners of 8 pari-mutuel races are also eligible for this. The purse, $14,500. The number 1, RJZ's First Lady, has hit the board in 5 of its last 6 starts. Lucky Stormin, a winner 2 races ago here at Northfield back on the 23rd of August. You take a look then at Fingal's Wave. Morning line at 5-1 was a winner 5 back, but had some problems 3 races ago, a number of breaks. You can kind of throw that race out. Number 4, Get the Cash, the favorite in the morning line, and I think still the favorite. Not the favorite now is 6, Cherry Peep. But the number 5 is Don't You Say It, has hit the board in 3 of its last 4. 3 wins on the year. Cherry Peep, as we said, now the betting favorite, has not hit the board in the last 3. Prior to that, though, had a second, and a first. Air Assault with Tony Hall driving the number 7 was a winner 3 races ago at the Meadows. Trotted in 155. Here Comes Charlie B was a winner last time out on the 29th of August here at Northfield, and the non-winners of 5,000 in the last 4, going in 155 and 3. And T-Bar, a winner 4 races ago, and a non-winners of $6,500 in the last 4. Picked up the victory trotting in 155 and 4, 6th win on the year for T-Bar.
T-Bar actually was claimed last 2 races. It was claimed from the Billy Rhodes barn into the Kressler barn and now into the Keith Cash barn. So Keith Cash decided he's going to break that streak and dropped it into a conditioned race.
And he's going to be able to keep the horse in the barn for a second race spot. You know?
Number 5, Don't You Say It, co-owned by Ivan Sugg, Ohio Hall of Famer from up near Toledo.
All right, well, let's head down to the apron in the winner's circle and Roger Houston again.
Here in the winner's circle, Amy Holler, the horseman's representative here at Northfield Park.
I choke you up, don't I?
I
choke you up, don't I?
Well, like I say, when I did the podcast and here now, I'm scared really. My knees are shaking because I never know what you're going to say.
Have I ever let you down?
No.
Well, there you go.
One of the hardest working people in the state of Ohio, make no doubt about it. What about this crowd tonight?
This crowd is amazing. This is great. We were talking about it earlier. I think this is probably the biggest crowd here all year, and wish we could see more crowds like this, that's for sure.
It sure is a lot better than it was, 3 years ago when it poured down rain all night.
Yeah, that was, and Northfield, they tried to put on the best show they could that night. It was just Mother Nature was not on our side. Tonight, she's definitely on our side for sure.
We've had a couple races, been very competitive races, but so far it looks like Gulf Shores, possibly the best 2-year-old pacer in all of Ohio, and you should get some national recognition as well.
I sure hope so. And I mean, with Brian being my brother-in-law, of course, I've got a little special interest in him too. But he deserves it. There's no doubt. He's all heart and guts, and he showed it out here tonight.
Well, we appreciate you giving us a few minutes of your busy time, and it's always a pleasure to be with the one and only Amy Holler. And
be there.
How do we follow that?
I don't think we do, but it's funny. The first real chance I got to know Amy was the banquet 2 years ago, and she was a trip. And and as I've gotten to know her over the last couple of years, she is very unique, a new grandmother, and we saw her up here.
I was a little disappointed she didn't work the granddaughter into the interview.
I'm I'm surprised she didn't have the grandmother in the interview with her because, so she would do it.
You mentioned trip, so should we make a list of all the adjectives to describe Amy Holler?
Oh, geez, we don't have enough ink in our pens and enough paper around here to do that. But, and Amy is part of that family, that Brown family. She said it's her brother-in-law. And harness racing is one big family. You see a lot of that. The Todd Luther barn, Todd's married to Amy's daughter. So, she's got connections with the Brian Brown stable. She's got some with the Black
Amy's married to
Magic.
Calvin Howlers, who has a stable up here at Northfield Park and is the track rep here at Northfield. So anytime anyone has a complaint on the backstretch, they know they have Amy on speed dial.
All I know is if I ever had a complaint and go to Amy, it better be a legitimate one, because if it's not,
You're going to hear about it.
You're going to hear big time about it. But yeah, that's the Roger Houston, Amy Holler act is a tough one to follow. They should do a stand up.
I one year during hurricane, what was it? When there was a hurricane that came through the Gulf, came up through Ohio, and we were out of power. And my article for it was, I believe it was Monday. I said it took a hurricane, but finally someone silenced Roger Houston, and he made sure he saw me the next morning. And I think we saw him speechless yet again by Amy Holler. So
not too
Jay Wolf
often.
and Amy Holler in good company, I guess.
Not too often that you can make Roger
Houston
Houston speechless. No, so Roger, I'll tell you, Roger's been working an awful lot lately. He's hitting all ends of the state, doing our fair racing coverage. I have trouble figuring out where I am week to week, day to day. You ask Roger. Roger's got his schedule on. He knows where he's going to be the next day, the next week. It's really amazing how hard Roger, works at it and just loves it so much. I see you got our fair schedule there. As today we were at Richwood, we had Marietta was canceled.
So they're going a doubleheader tomorrow?
Well, they're going to go a doubleheader tomorrow if. Two big ifs. One, if the rain holds out.
Okay.
And two, if the rodeo that's taking place in front of the grandstand doesn't do too much to the track where the horsemen can't get it ready to go tomorrow. If not, they say they'll be ready to go on Tuesday. But our fairs we're winding down with our fair coverage. We still got about 15 or 16 to go, including the big one, 5 days in Delaware, which is just, I was up there, I think it was Thursday or Friday. It's starting to look like the fair. The tents are going up, and
the chairs are starting to get chained farther down the stretch, or
starting
the
to get
fence.
farther, and they kind of you start seeing people laying out their ropes of how far they're going to come out with it when they get to that point. But that's what makes Delaware just so special.
It's always been a lot of fun.
So we get set for the 5th. Let's throw it up to Ayers Ratliff.
A purse of $14,500 top of the stretch for the 5th race. Here they come. Here off into trotting, trying for the lead, don't you say it. On the outside, Cherry Pete. At the rail is RJZ First Lady. Then settling in there to be 4th comes Fingal's Wave. Lucky Storm is next. As they move around the turn to the back stretch, then we have T-Bar settling in. Is Get the Cash. Then it's Aerosol. Here comes Charlie B as they move to the opening quarter here, and Cherry Pete out there by a length and a half. Don't You Say is their second, 27-4. And their third is RJZ First Lady. Fingal's Wave is next. And it's Lucky Stormin, followed by T-Bar as they trot around the turn. And in there to be next is Get the Cash with Aerosol, and here comes Charlie B traveling down here to the half. Cherry Peep is on the lead. In second, Don't You Say It, now to the outside, Fingal's Wave. The half in 57-2. At the rail is RJZ First Lady. Outside for T-Bar, covered up is Lucky Stormin. At his outside comes Get the Cash. And it's Aerosol, and here comes Charlie B. Rounding the turn to the backside, and the leader, Cherry Peep, by 1. Fingal's Wave is on the outside, trying to lap onto the leader. Don't You Say It is in third. Out there, 4th, T-Bar. Nowhere to go for RJZ First Lady, also nowhere to go for Lucky Storm in 3/4, 126. They'll drop this final turn, thus still being led by Cherry Peep on the outside, Fingal's Wave. Right there is Don't You Say It. And it's RJZ First Lady as they come to the top of the stretch. And the leader, Cherry Peep. Cherry Peep is on top inside. Don't You Say It. Cherry Peep to win. Don't You Say It is in for second, tied for third, and 154-4. I do have our next set of prize drawing winners. Congratulations to David Torricott of Homestead. David Torricott of Homestead.
So the winner was Cherry Peep, Don't You Say It, finished second. Not sure who got up for third. I think it was a photo for third. It might have been RJZ's first lady. So. But Cherry Peep picks up the victory, 8th of the year. Ryan Stahl was in the bike, and you said Cherry Peep became the bettor's favorite as we were getting closer to post time.
Right after you mentioned that it was the winningest and the most experienced horse in the field, so it's the Frank Froz Angle.
Well, let's see. We jinxed earlier today.
You gotta find the wins when you can, right?
Well, exactly. It'd be nice if I had the wins and I walked over there to the gentleman who's standing in front of that little machine and punching in numbers and handing money back to people.
No, you could do that.
I'm never that lucky at these things, though. But no, I have more fun doing this right now. But there's your winner coming back towards the winner's circle, number 6, Cherry Peep with Ryan Stahl. In the bike, Cherry Peep, a 6-year-old mare. The lady does the job by Conway Hall out of the Donato Hanover mare, Jenny on the Blocks. Winner now of just over $64,000 this year. 30th lifetime victory. Makes her way into the winner's circle. Get her picture taken and get back in. Get a nice little shower after this.
Ryan Stahl, the pride of Republic, Ohio.
Ryan over 1,500 drives this year. So there goes your winner, Ryan Stahl with the ride in 9-5. The final odds. Trainer was Andy Rickard. So the 5th in the books, and we are ready for 5 straight, championship races. The next one up will be the 3-year-old Filly Pace, as 8 will go to the gate, and we'll be back after this to talk about the $300,000 3-year-old Filly Pace.
Last year was unique in many ways. The Little Brown Jug isn't the same without you, the fan. Make plans now to attend this year's Little Brown Jug, where history is sure to be made and a new champion will be crowned.
You win the Little Brown Jug!
The 76th Little Brown Jug is Thursday, September 23rd. Please visit littlebrownjug.com or call 1-800-DEL-FAIR to learn more about ticket packages. Be there!
At Centerra Co-op, we share your passion for your horses. We have the feed and supplies you need to care for your equine athletes. Centerra Co-op and Purina Animal Nutrition continue their partnership to help Ohio horsemen and horsewomen with innovative feeding solutions. Expert horse nutrition and care is available from our equine specialists. Call 440-321-9996 for more information. Centerra Co-op and Purina Animal Nutrition, a winning combination for your horses.
GM Northfield Park as we get set for the 6th race on the card. It'll be the $300,000 Ohio Sire Stakes Championship for 3-year-old fillies. And the 8 entered Screamin' Demon, the number 1, number 2, Summer Touch, number 3, Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey, number 4, Rainy Day Chic, number 5 is Babs Jansen, number 6, Dragon's Lucky Lady, number 7, She Knows It All, and number 8 is Leave Her Wild. And Jay, this is another strong field, as pretty much every one of these races are. And just, you take a look at some of these horses. Summer Touch, probably the one that people know the most about.
She is the defending champ in this division. She's 5 of 10 on the season and 11 of 17 lifetime. Won the first 3 legs before a third-place finish there on August 20th.
Let's take a look at last year's race for 3-year-old filly pacers at Scioto Downs in the Ohio Sire Stakes Championship.
Ohio Sire Stakes Championship, 3-year-old filly pacers. 5th race from Scioto Downs. Start of the pick 5. They're at the post of the year. They go. Here off and pacing. PJ's Legacy gets the first call, center of the track. Crown Time, Rocket, and Artful Dancer left as well. They're 3 wide for the lead. Racing away 4th is Boundless Dragon. 5th into the turn, McMarkle Sparkle. Tucking in 6, Pen Paper Page, followed by Real Rock and Ravi. Rock and Go, BB, and the trailer is Alligator. They drive for the quarter, and Artful Dancer to the top. She'll take over. Crown Time Rocket is racing there in 2nd. The opening quarter, 26-2. Racing in 3rd is PJ's Legacy as Noble is on the brakes. Racing 4th is Boundless Dragon. McMarkle Sparkle is there racing in 5th. She'll float out looking to flush some cover, followed by Pen Paper Page. Saving ground to the inside. Real Rock and Ravi skims pylons. Then it is Rock and Go BB and Alligator at the back. They roll into the clubhouse turn, drive for the half. Artful Dancer showing the way. Crown Time Rocket getting the trip. PJ's Legacy content at the rail in 3rd. First up, McMarkle Sparkle landed no cover. She'll roll up now 3rd. Half 56-4. 30-2 in the second quarter. Onto the back stretch. It's Artful Dancer. She's got the lead. Crown Time Rocket riding a tough pocket. First up, McMarkle Sparkle. Second over on the outside, Pen Paper Page perfectly placed. PJ's Legacy is revved up and locked in 5th. 6 on the outside is Rock and Go BB. They're by 3 quarters in 1:24-2. 27-3 backside. It's Artful Dancer with the lead. McMarkle Sparkle is still there. Crown Time Rocket trying to set up a stretch drive run. 3 wide comes Pen Paper Page and Rock and Go BB from far back, trying to rally into it, into the stretch. It's Artful Dancer outside. Here comes Pen Paper Page. Pen Paper Page on the outside is getting the lead. Pen Paper Page to win it from Artful Dancer in a photo for show between McMarkle Sparkle and Rock and Go BB. 152-1.
Just like we saw in the 3-year-old filly Trot last year, coming from off the pace. This time was Pen Paper Page. Guinevere Hall did it in the Trot, but it was Pen Paper Page in that race coming off the
at 12-1.
At
too.
12-1, yeah, paid very nice.
And that same connection won last night at the Ohio Sire Stakes for the aged pacers.
The aged mare
Are we allowed to say aged, or is it veteran? Veteran,
yeah.
yes.
Well, everybody says age, but yeah, I think we need to
officially
change it to
called veterans.
yeah.
But congratulations to the Smiths for their win last night as well.
So this year, Summer Touch we talked about, will try to hold on to that crown that she won last year as a 2-year-old filly pacer. But the field is number 1, Screamin' Demon. Ronnie Wren Jr. will drive. He'll look to go back-to-back in the championships for trainer Mark Wagner. Number 2 is Summer Touch. Chris Page will drive for trainer Ron Burke. Number 3, Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey. Brett Miller is the driver. Brian Haynes is the trainer. Number 4, Rainy Day Chic. Dan O'Mara trains. Aaron Merriman will do the driving. Number 5, Babs Jansen, trained and driven by Kane Kaufman. The number 6, Tyler Smith, will drive Dragon's Lucky Lady for Clarence Folk. The number 7, She Knows It All, Ryan Stahl for Jim Arledge Jr. And number 8, Leave Her Wild, Mike Wilder will drive for Danielle Snyder.
We have the top 3 finishers from last year's 2-year-old filly pace in this year's event. Summer Touch was the winner last year. Rainy Day Chick was 2nd, and Leave Her Wild with Mike Wilder was 3rd.
So 3 that have continued on after a great 2-year-old season, able to do it as a 3-year-old. I love the name Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey. I don't, when I first saw it, you had to figure it out because they ran it all together. You're only allowed so many letters, but when I figured it out, I was like, that's a great name for a horse. So.
She knows it all too, and I think all those married men out there would kind of understand that one as well.
Put those 2 together in a nice exact.
I think Tom. I think it may have been a thoroughbred race where my wife knows everything was racing against my wife knows nothing, and they would go back and forth, and the announcer had quite a bit of fun with that one. But I agree, Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey. And this one actually is 1/2 of her career starts, is the fastest filly in the field based on her 48 and 4 mile at Lexington. That was actually in an open race down there, came back the next week and I believe finished third. And trainer Brian Hayes has a 4:18 trainer's average, so doing quite well this year.
Not bad, but let's start at the top as we wait for the post parade. We've still got a couple of horses warming up. Screamin' Demon by Racing Hill out of the Artscape mare Angels and Demons. This year, 13 starts, 4 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. Did not race as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, and needed to finish third in the last leg of the Sire Stakes just to qualify for tonight's final. So unraced at 2 and needed to race well in the very last Sire Stakes event just to qualify today.
And this was another one of those situations where the number 6 horse, Lady Arthur, did not enter, was 6th in points, did not enter, and Screamin' Demon, 11th. Trainer says, I'm going to take a gamble. I'm going to throw my name in the hat.
Doesn't cost anything to enter.
It draws the rail, too.
Yeah,
so, had to be happy with the post position.
Yeah, Lady Arthur actually competed in the Fan Hanover up at Woodbine Mohawk Park. I'll forever call it Mohawk, but it's Woodbine Mohawk Park. Finished 7th in an event up there. Did not qualify for the finish. A lot of that had to do with COVID. Talked to Dr. Ian Moore, who is the co-owner and trainer, and he says it's just too much of a hassle to come back and forth. So won the first leg of the Sire Stakes, and then once COVID restrictions loosened up, he kept her up in Ontario.
So the number 2, Summer Touch, Chris Page, will drive for Ron Burke. Summer Touch, 5 wins, a second and a third in 10 starts this year. Lifetime, 11 wins and 17 starts, $420,000 in career earnings. Won 3 of the 4 legs in the Sire Stakes, was third in the last leg.
And has also tried Grand Circuit Company. I notice here in her last 7 lines, you also see the Audio Volo, which is the female companion of the Adios, in the Nadia Lobel, which is held over in Hoosier Park.
Did not fare well in that race, finished 9th in that. The number 3, Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey. We touched a little bit about her. Brian Haynes trains. Brett Miller will get the drive. Has hit the board in the last 5, including a couple of wins, and one of those was the Ohio Sire Stakes. The other one was in the Ohio State Fair Stakes.
Smooth the Tennessee Whiskies from Nob Hill High, and he is one of 6 different sires to send one postword here in the 8-horse 6th.
The number 4 is Rainy Day Chic. Did not win any legs. The best finish was third, was 8th in the points, but has won 6 times in 18 starts this year.
$17,000 of her $45,000 in her seasonal income has come from Ohio Sire Stakes action. Obviously, you have Northfield Park's and the nation's leading driver, Aaron Merriman, will get the call tonight.
Was a winner 2 ago at Lima, so has also dropped down to race at the fair level as well. The number 5 is Babs Jansen. Kane Kaufman drives and trains. Did not win any legs of the Ohio Sire Stakes. 7th in the points, just 1 win in 12 starts, though.
Named for the character, the villainous, if you will, of Animal House.
There you go.
Has 2 career wins. I had to look it up. 1978. Animal House was in 1978. I was like, oh man. Now I am dating myself.
Yes, we are old. But it's kind of funny when you see these characters from movies, TV shows, who are named after. You've got Babs Jansen, Miss Carly Shay from iCarly on the Nickelodeon Network, who's racing on the fair circuit. You've got Shane Falco, who
from the Replacements.
From the Replacements. So here's the post parade for the 6th, the 3-year-old filly Pace.
So that is the call to post for the upcoming 6th race Ohio Sire Stakes Championship for 3-year-old filly Pacers. Purse of $300,000 with play show exacta trifecta and pick 5. Your all stakes pick 5, a guaranteed pool of $20,000. Carry over 1,794. By Steven Sexton, trained by Mark Wagner. The daughter of Racing Hill, driven by Ronnie Wren Jr. The one is Screamin' Demon. Hummingbird Racing, Stable Knox Services, Slaughter Racing, and Weaver Persimmon, trained by Ron Burke. The daughter of Well Said, driven by Chris Page. The 2, Summer Touch. Owned and trained by Brian Haynes. Daughter of Nob Hill High, driven by Brett Miller. 3 is Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey. By Marjorie Paul Amos, trained by Dan O'Mara. The daughter of Amadeus, driven by Aaron Merriman, the 4, Rainy Day Chick. Owned by Stephen Herrick, Mark Rogan, Natalie Kaufman, trained by Kate Kaufman, a daughter of Racing Hill, driven by Kate Kaufman, the 5, Bass Jensen. Owned by L&L Stables and William Hart, trained by Clarence Folk, a daughter of Dragon Again, driven by Tyler Smith, the 6, Dragon's Lady Luck. Owned by Laura and Paul Baker, Z-Tam Stables, Bill Sanders. Trained by Jim Arledge Jr., a daughter of Racing Hill, driven by Ryan Stahl, the 7, She Knows It All. And completing the field, owned by Danielle Snyder, who also trains. A daughter of Doobie That Again, trained by Mike Wilder, the 8, Leave Her Wild. That's the field for the 6th race. Ohio Sire Stakes Championship 3-year-old Philly Pacers.
So that's the field for the Ohio Sire Stakes Championship 3-year-old fillies. We'll pick it up where we left off. The number 6, Dragon's Lucky Lady, won 3 legs, including the last leg on August 20th at Scioto Downs. Also picked up a victory on July 16th at Scioto Downs. 5 wins in 12 starts, earnings this year just under $100,000.
Been on the board 10 of 12 starts this season, was a very solid second in the State Fair Stakes back in first weekend in August.
The number 7 is She Knows It All. Jim Arledge is the trainer. Has hit the board in 2 out of 3, but has not had a win this year, but has hit the board 10 of 17.
Still has won $112,000 with just 1 career win, so it tells you the money we race for here in the state of Ohio.
And Leave Her Wild with Mike Wilder in the bike. Did not win any of the legs. Picked up 3 second places for trainer Danielle Snyder. 3 wins and 9 starts this year.
With second and 3 of the Sire Stakes leg, trainer Schneider will team up with fellow Meadows-based driver Mike Wilder.
Well, let's head down to Roger Houston, who is down in the winner's circle with Knox Services, Chris Bruckler.
In the winner's circle here at Northfield tonight is Chris Bruckler, and Chris, Knox Services is the way it's listed in the program. Is the Knox for Knox County?
Yes, a little bit. When my dad was alive, he started a company that kind of got it started, and we lived in Knox County, which Mount Vernon is in Knox County, so he just made it Knox Services.
You have a tremendous band of broodmares.
Thank you. It's what we kind of pride ourselves on, is having some great broodmares and breeding them to the best stallions we think fit with them.
Now, I got to mention, when I'm talking with your family, I've known your family, I've known you since you was knee-high almost, Trick Man in the Adios. And I've always said that particular year, if Paver gets through, he wins the Adios. Did you feel the same way?
Yeah, I did. I did feel the same way. I thought if he just got a little room, he was going to get there. I mean, it was a great Adios finish. There were 7, I think, right across the track, and everyone was within a half length of everything. So, yeah, I think if he gets room, he gets up.
Okay, tonight, Summer Touch is in this 6th race. I just noticed, if you're fortunate enough to get the win, her lifetime earnings will be almost identical to what she made last year. So she's had a decent year.
Yeah, she has. She's just a nice filly. She goes out and does her job, and Chris does a great job with her. Ronnie and his team do a great job with them as well. That's who we got to give the thanks to is Ronnie and Chris.
I see there, 3 back at the Adio Vola, she had post 8 and didn't have a very good performance, finished up the racetrack. But other than that, she's been almost unbelievable this year again.
Yes, she's just, like I said, she's just a nice filly. She does her job, and she likes to win.
Do you get nervous before a horse race?
No, not anymore. I used to, but not anymore.
How's your mom doing?
Mom's doing good. She's got a little hip issue and some back problems, but we're going to take care of the hip here sometime in November. But she's sitting there at home now watching.
I know when I was at the Knox County Fair in Mount Vernon, I always stopped in at the Breckler household before I'd go to the racetrack. So I'll maybe see you again this year.
Yeah, if you, we can try to get you up there again.
Okay. Chris Breckler with us in the winner's circle, and he's got Summer Touch in the upcoming 6th race.
Thanks, Roger. And if he doesn't get nervous, he's not going to get nervous for the next 3 races because he's got horses coming up, still. But, we talk so much about the trainers and how many horses they have. And Knox Services is one of those owners that Ron Burke has that, they're there all the time with the horses for Ron. And, this is another situation where they've got, 3 or 4 in tonight for the championship.
As Roger mentioned, Chris has a wonderful broodmare band, and this one is a homebred, so it's easy to pull the checkbook out and write checks, but it's a little bit more meaningful when you breed and raise a champion.
And it's got to be a little more special when you walk into that winner's circle knowing you were responsible from the beginning, that you just didn't write a check for it.
You basically saw this one in his first breaths.
And Summer Touch, if I looked up, still not the favorite, though. It looks like Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey is the favorite right now. So.
I think a lot of that has to do with just raw speed. I mean, if you look, Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey has some performances in here. It's that 48.4 mile at the Red Mile. Probably turning a lot of heads there.
Well, you take a look to it. Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey has hit the board in 5 straight. The last time it did not hit the board was in the Ohio Sire Stakes. The winner of that race was Summer Touch. So it'll be interesting to see how these two do battle, and especially coming out of the 2 and the 3 hole, one doesn't have to worry about being out in that 7 or 8. And, probably should just be a 2-horse races.
Knox Services from Mount Vernon, Ohio. So is the Rainsman, Chris Page, grew up in Mount Vernon, Ohio.
So Chris Page will have the lines for Summer Touch as we're getting
the
close to
Ratliff starting gate is moving into position.
So Screamin' Demon number 1, Summer Touch is number 2, Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey number 3, number 4 is Rainy Day Chic, number 5 Babs Jansen, number 6 Dragon's Lucky Lady, number 7 She Knows It All, and number 8 Leave Her Wild in this, the third of our 8 championships from Super Night here at MGM Northfield Park.
Track record is 151-1.
Keep that in mind. As we get set to go, let's throw it up to Ayers Ratliff.
A purse of $300,000. This one does start. The all stakes pick 5, and the starting gate is rolling. On the rail out, Screamin' Demon. Summer Touch. Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey. Rainy Day Chick. Babs Jansen. Dragon's Lucky Lady. She Knows It All. On the outside, Leave Her Wild at the top of the stretch. For the Ohio Sire State Championship, 3-year-old Billy Pacers, and here they come. The year of band of pacing, Summer Touch comes out the gate looking for the lead. Screamin' Demons on the inside. Far outside, Leave Her Wild. Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey is there in 4th as they will move around the turn of the back stretch. Then towards the inside is Rainy Day Chick. That one is followed by Babs Jansen, settling in Dragon's Lucky Lady. And the trailer is She Knows It All as they go to the opening quarter. In 26 and 4, Summer Touch the leader. Leave Her Wild is on the outside, second, third at the rail is Screamin' Demon. Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey is pacing in 4th. Over there, 5th, Rainy Day Chick to the outside now, Babs Jansen. Also outside, Dragon's Lucky Lady. With She Knows It All as they drive down here to the half. Summer Touch on top. On the outside, Leave Her Wild. Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey is now second up in the flow. The half in 55. Down at the rail is Screamin' Demon. Babs Jansen is third up on the outside towards the rail, Rainy Day Chick. Then it is Dragon's Lucky Lady. And She Knows It All as they straighten up into the back stretch. Summer Touch is the leader. Now 3 wide on the outside. Here comes Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey. And Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey is rolling up on the outside. And bam, takes the lead. 3/4 home in 123. In and around that final turn, the leader. Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey. She now opens up by 3. Trying to hold on to second now is Summer Touch. To the outside, Screamin' Demon. They come to the top of the stretch. And Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey has blown it wide open here. The undisputed champion of the Ohio as Tennessee Whiskey. Screamin' Demon second. Summer Touch third. 150 and 2/5. At 150 and 2/5, new track record here at Northfield Park for a 3-year-old Philly Pacers. The old record set in 2019.
150 and 2, a track record. You called it, Jay. You said keep an eye on the track. It was 151 and 1, and Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey looked like she was shot out of a cannon down the backstretch and just pulled away and rolled to, I don't even know how big of a victory it was.
Well, the impressive thing is Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey had to go 3 wide down the backstretch around a fading lead for Wild, who from post 8 tried for the lead, just couldn't make it, was parked the whole time. Number 1, Screamin' Demon, who was 10th in the points, picks up second place check.
So Summer Touch finishes 3rd there, but Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey for trainer Brian Haynes picks up the victory. And so coming to the winner's circle will be Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey, the 3-year-old filly by Nob Hill High out of the Western Ideal mare Tender Spirit. There she is. Brett Miller in the bike picks up his 2nd win of the year, and with that, the earnings now go to $262,000 this year for Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey, 7th win in 13 starts.
Little emotion there by Mr. Miller as he crossed the finish line, gave a fist pump.
Well, he looked back, and I think he had to do almost a double take when he looked and saw nobody there. He took a second look and then realized that he had this one in hand.
In the opening.
The new track record holder here at Northfield Park. And your Ohio Sire State champion, 3-year-old Philly Pacer, it is Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey. Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey is a 3-year-old bay filly by Nob Hill High out of Tender Spread by Western Ideal. Owned by Brian Haynes, who is also the trainer. Brett Miller scoring a double on tonight's program, 150 and 2/5, new track record.
So your winner, Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey. Brett Miller picks up his 2nd win, and this time a different Brian Haynes gets the victory.
Congratulating the connections of Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey trackside, we do have Joe McLean, the owner of Sugar Valley Farm and director of the Ohio Harness Horseman Association.
Always nice to see little kids in the winner's circle.
There's a dog in the winner's circle too, I believe. Bottom right-hand corner of your screen, something is wagging.
There you go. So let's send it down to Dave Bianconi, who is with Brett Miller.
Right. You know? Exactly. Get on this side of me if you would. Thank you. All right, joined again by Brett Miller, picks up his 2nd Sire Stakes championship of the night. This one in track record form. Brett, what a move this filly made down the backstretch, just explosive.
Yeah, this is only the 3rd time I've driven her, and they told me, you know, the first time I drove her, they said if you can keep her on a helmet for a little while, she's got one heck of a move, and boy, does she ever.
You know, the cover kind of was coming back into your face a little bit. Then when you tipped 3, though, she was ready to roll.
Yeah, she was right up in the rigging, felt good, and when I tipped her 3 deep, once she took those first 2 steps, I said to myself, it's over.
It looked a lot like Charlie May's Milstein move, if I'm not mistaken. You remember a few weeks back.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, she felt pretty good. Almost felt like that.
Of course, you got Charlie coming up later. That's, you know, the horse everyone came to see. It's hard when you're going to be 1 to 5, 1 to 9. Is that extra pressure?
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it is. You know, I have a lot of confidence in that horse, and that horse, he lets me do whatever I want with him. So a horse like that, I don't feel pressure.
Well, beautiful. I'm sure we'll see it back again. Congrats, and let me talk to the trainer and one of the Haynes family, Brian. I just spoke to the other night. This is quite a story. I believe you bought her for what, maybe like $3,000?
Yeah, we bought her for $3,000 at the November sale in Springfield.
And I know you still work a full-time job. You're only training, what, a handful of horses after work?
Yeah, I work in the mornings, and then in the afternoons, me and my wife and kids go in and we train in the afternoon.
And of course, your dad, Keith, was also a trainer, so you came up in the game. But did you ever think, with a small barn, you'd have a horse like this?
Not in a million years, and especially not for $3,000.
And I saw the jubilant family photo here, you and your wife. We have 3 young boys.
Yes, 3 boys, all under 3.
The big question, are you going to keep your job, or are you going to be a full-time harness trainer now?
I don't know. We'll just see how it goes.
I assume Delaware County Fair is next for her, and then we're going to see you here in the Courageous Lady in October against Open Company, right?
Yeah, she'll go to Delaware, and then I think, like you say, Northfield, and we have a couple at Hoosier, and maybe the Matron at the end of the year.
All right, big plans. She looks like she's up to the task. Congratulations, Haynes family. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Great job.
That's a great story.
Yeah.
That is just a wonderful, wonderful story. A $3,000 purchase, and look what he has done.
As you mentioned, that would push career earnings over $340,000. So not a bad purchase for $3,000.
And when you're in a trainer and you're in this business, that's what you hope for. That's the dream, to have a horse like Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey, and just an unbelievable performance. 7th win in 13 starts, has won 3 of the last 4. Brett Miller's been in the bike for all 3 of those, so I think there might be a combination there. I think you might see Brett driving her at Delaware. I think that's a good bet.
I think Brett will pick Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey if he's got a double.
There you go. So Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey is our 3-year-old filly pacing champ here in the state of Ohio. When we come back, we'll get ready for the 2-year-old filly Trot after these messages.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
Athletes, they come in all shapes and sizes. They catch, they leap, they run. Some athletes even come with 4 legs and paws and hooves. When these beloved family members need care, remember the Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center. Ohio State experts wrote the book on exceptional animal care and know how to get our best friends back on their feet. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
Welcome back to MGM Northfield Park as we get set for the 2-year-old filly Trot. This is the 4th of our 8 championship, and this is the one that Chris Beaver has 3 in. So like Ron Burke with the Pacers, Chris Beaver known as the trotting trainer.
He has the top 3 point earners, too. He has Gabby C. Note, who won 3 of the 4 legs. Caviar Roxy Dew had 3 of the 4 legs. And Stephanie Hill, who won 2 of the legs. So between those, quick math says 8 legs went to the Beaver stable.
So that makes for a very, very good year. But Gabby C. Note, last year our champion in 2020 as a 2-year-old filly was Marianne, who did not race. Let's go back and look at that race from Marianne as she won the 2-year-old filly championship for trotters.
Two-year-old filly trotters for the Ohio Sire Stakes Championship. 3rd race from El Dorado Scioto Downs. They're at the post of the here they go. Here off and trotting. Good start, but now off stride went More Spirit. Steppy at the start and taken back was Chow Baby Hall. Going out for the lead, Herculesa circles up to the front. My Jazz races away in second. To the inside, Swizzle Hanover. Outside is Marianne trying to work her way up for a good spot. To the inside, racing in fifth in is Incomer Expenses. As they roll to the quarter, she is followed by Celebrate With Me. Next is a Dollface. As they pass the quarter quick, 27-1. Off stride was Chow Baby Hall. She's back on gate and back on track. And the trailer is More Spirit. Marianne to the top. And Herculesa will yield for the pocket there. In third is My Jazz. Swizzle Hanover racing in fourth. Looking on from fifth is Income More Expenses. Ready to go. Celebrate With Me is out and rolling for Sug, followed by a Dollface. Chow Baby Hall is next. And the trailer, More Spirit, the half 56-4, nice 29-3. Second quarter for Marianne, who has the lead. Couple whip taps to keep her attention as they swing onto the back stretch. Herculesa getting the trip. Celebrate With Me, ranging up on the outside, was fifth, then fourth, then third, now second, and going after the leader. A Dollface is fourth on the outside, but she is gapping cover. Chow Baby Hall went off stride once again. Riding the rail in fifth is My Jazz. They've trotted three quarters in 1:26-1. 29-2 backside. Marianne had the middle half in her favor, but Celebrate With Me is right at her wheel on the outside. Herculesa goes off stride from the pocket. Outside a Dollface, inside My Jazz as they come to the top of the stretch with the lead. Marianne, Celebrate With Me on the outside is digging in and closing. It's Marianne. Celebrate With Me still trying on the outside is a digging in, closing and inching closer. It's Marianne. Marianne to win it. From Celebrate With Me, My Jazz and Swizzle Hanover 157.
Again, we have the post parade starting for the 7, so let's take a look at the post parade.
SJZ Handler, trained by Christopher Beaver. Daughter of Triumphant Caviar, driven by Aaron Merriman 1, Gabby C-Note. Homeburg Racing Stable, Beaver Simi, Duck Services and Hatfield Stable, trained by Ron Burke, daughter of What the Hill, driven by Chris Page, the 2, Be My Baby Now. By the Stable, and Hutchison Harness, trained by Jason McGinnis, daughter of Uncle Peter, driven by Anthony McDonald, the 3, Sweet on Paint. My Dark Horse Farm, trained by Miles Bullock, daughter of Uncle Peter, driven by Mike Wilder, for his Kiersey Drain. My C Beaver, SC Handler, T-Home, and VIP Internet Stable, trained by Christopher Beaver, a daughter of Triumphant Caviar, driven by Brett Miller, 5, Caviar, Roxy New. By M.A. McLean, C.D. McLean, H.L. Berger, trained by Danny Cummins, a daughter of Creatine, driven by David Miller, the 6, Marty's Magic Moment. By Rebecca Sugg and Watson Harness Racing, trained by Edward Miller, a daughter of Creatine, driven by Kurt Sogg with 7 Moments Created. By Christopher Beaver and Over Delia Racing, trained by Christopher Beaver, daughter of What the Hill, driven by Ronnie Wren Jr., the 8, Stephanie Hill. That's the field for the 7th race Ohio Sire State Championship 2-year-old Billy Trotters.
Welcome back to our location up here, the post parade for the 7th. The number 1, Gabby Sino, trained by Chris Beaver, driven by Aaron Merriman, 4 wins in 5 starts this year. The other one just had a break before the start and finished 8th. The number 2 is Be My Baby Now. Chris Page for trainer Ron Burke has hit the board in 4 out of 5, a couple of wins. The last one coming back on July 17th at Northfield. The number 3, Sweet on Pete, for trainer Jason McGinnis. Anthony McDonald will get the drive, has hit the board in 6 straight, 5 wins out of those 6 starts. The number 4 is Kiersey Dream. Mike Wilder will drive for Miles Woolham, has won 1 of 6 starts, but has hit the board in 5. The number 5 is Caviar Roxy Dew, the second of the 3 Chris Beaver entries. Brett Miller will drive. Only 4 starts this year, but 3 wins and a second. The number 4 is Marty's Magic Moment. David Miller will drive for trainer Danny Collins, has 7 starts and a win, a second, and a third. The number 7, Moments Created. Kurt Sugg will drive for trainer Edward Miller, 3 wins in 7 lifetime starts. And the number 8 is Stephanie Hill. Ronnie Wren Jr. will drive. Chris Beaver is the trainer, 3 wins in 5 starts. And like you said, the top 3 point getters were all Chris Beaver trainees.
The interesting thing is Stephanie Hill, 3 wins, all of them by a nose. So likes to give her owners a little coronary as they come down the stretch.
Well, let's head down to the winner's circle. Roger Houston is standing by with the man who's got the horse. As Dave Bianconi said, everybody came to see Charlie May, the owner, Don Tiger.
With us in the winner's circle, the owner of Charlie May, Don Tiger, no stranger to OHHA Facebook racing fans, and we want to thank you for helping us out on our fair broadcast this year.
It's been awesome. I really have enjoyed it. I mean, we just were at Canfield, me and you, on Friday and Saturday, and what a fair. I actually told Frank, I said, just put me down for next year. I want to go back. Just an amazing facility, but it's been great helping out the OHHA. It's been a great, I enjoy it. We're going to keep doing it if they'll let me come back.
Tonight, the Ohio Championship, Charlie May, Post 2, Brett Miller. Set a world's record last time he was here, 48-4.
Yeah.
How's he doing coming into the race?
He's doing great. We gave him last week off. He's had a tough campaign. We were out east, you know that, but he's doing great. He's doing excellent. He's coming into the race perfect tonight, so no excuses. We like our chances. He's been a bad drawing horse. He hasn't drew very well up here. He drew the 8-hole in the Sire Stakes up here. He drew the 7-hole in the Milstein. He overcomes that stuff, but he's got a nice cozy spot inside today, so looks good. Yeah, we like our chances.
How do you describe Charlie May? What kind of a horse is he when you have to put it in words?
So when I started in the business, I worked for Pat Thomas, and I got to kick around the barns, Dick Stillings' barn. He had a horse called Jaguar Spur. He reminds me of Jaguar Spur because Jaguar Spur had an attitude about him, but he was also a gentle giant. That's exactly how Charlie May is. Like, he's a ham. He loves to get to the winner's circle. He loves to take pictures. But he also has that boxer mentality when he goes on the racetrack. Me and Dustin, the second trainer, were talking about it earlier. He's just different when he goes to the gate. You know, he's all business. So
I would be amiss if I didn't ask you about the appeal going on as a result of the Meadowlands Space.
Yeah, we're excited about the appeal. The appeal's actually getting a lot of traction. My attorneys are working on that. We've got a couple set of folks. So far, so good. Yeah, we like our chances. There's a lot of evidence that I think falls in our favor. This is one of the few appeals that's not a judgment call. So most appeals are based on judgment calls. This appeal is based on just looking at the evidence, and you can see that we were interfered with that day, and we hope to get a chance to prove that. So far, so good.
Even if the appeal doesn't come through in time and such, we can expect to see Charlie May at Delaware.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We're either going to, hopefully, if things work out, we can get in the Little Brown Jug. If we can't, Ohio Breeders' Championships that day, too. So we're going to be down there. As you know, I'm just happy for the opportunity, and it's been a great ride, and we're going to continue on it.
Don, thank you ever so much for being with us.
My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you for all you do, Roger. We appreciate you.
Don Tiger, the owner of Charlie May, with us in the winner's circle. Back to Frank and Jay.
Thanks, Roger. And Charlie May popped into the Hambletonian poll as the top 3-year-old colt pacer in the country. Pretty lofty position to be.
As a voter, I'm proud to say he made my top 10 several weeks ago, so it's nice to see that he is being noticed by other people around the country.
And it's kind of nice. Catch the Fire also
Absolutely.
in there. Two Ohio-based horses making the appearance into that poll, and that's
Catch the Fire, I believe, was second last night in the Canadian Pacing Derby, so I believe that was a $590,000 purse, so another huge chunk of money coming back to Black Magic Racing in the state of Ohio.
And I'm not sure. I imagine Todd Luther was up for that when we saw him walking around here a little bit. Those big races he able to get to. Let's get back here and take a look at what we also have in this race. As they get ready to go, we're not going to have much time to talk about it.
Gabby C. Note is the 3-5 favorite choice, followed by number 5, Caviar Roxy Deuce, so a pair of Beaver trainees your 1 and 2 top choices.
So let's head down to the track. The gate is in motion and send it up to Ayers Ratliff.
Top of the stretch for the 7th race, Ohio Sire State Championship. 2-year-old Billy Trotters, and here they come. The year off and trotting, except for moments created, who's on a break. Going out looking for the lead, Gabby C-Note. In their second, Be My Baby Now, Sweet on Pete's an early third. Now traveling up quickly on the outside is Marty's Magic Moment. As they will trot into the backstretch. Marty's Magic Moment has now misstepped and she's off stride. So it is Gabby C-Note once again with that lead. Be My Baby Now in second. Sweet on Pete is in third. Kiersey Dream is trotting in fourth. Over there fifth, Caviar Roxy New. Then it's Stephanie Hill, Moments Created. And Marty's Magic Moment, the quarter up in 28 and 4. The leader is Gabby C-Note. And Aaron Merriman with the lead by almost 2. Be My Baby Now is in second. Sweet on Pete trots in third. Kiersey Dream is fourth. Caviar Roxy New looks him over from fifth and now losing stride. Sweet on Pete. Sweet on Pete has made a break as they go by the half in 58 and 1. Into that turn they go and the leader Gabby C-Note. In their second, Be My Baby Now. Kiersey Dream is third. Caviar Roxy New is now looking to the outside. She'll flush the cover of Kiersey Dream. As they will straighten away into the backstretch. Stephanie Hill is there along the rail. Then we have Marty's Magic Moment, Moments Created. And Sweet on Pete. They go by 3/4 in 1:27 and 3. Into that final turn they go. The leader Gabby C-Note by 2. Over there to be second. Be My Baby Now trotting wide around the turn. Kiersey Dream. At the rail is Stephanie Hill as they come to the top of the stretch. They will turn for home, and with the lead, it's Gabby C-Note. Gabby C-Note is alone on the lead. She is your champion, 2-year-old Billy Trotter. Gabby C-Note from start to finish. Be My Baby Now second. Marty's Magic Moment and Stephanie Hill, 156 and 3.
.156 and 3, just off the track record. Gabby C-Note picks up the win, her 5th win in 6 tries.
Picks up several C-Notes.
Exactly. Need a briefcase to carry all those C-Notes that Gabby C-Note just picked
This one
up.
will be a little bit more special for trainer Chris Beaver, as his mom, Johnny Beaver, is the breeder and co-owner.
So number 2 went to Be My Baby Now. Finishes 2nd. 3rd, Marty's Magic Moment came back for 3rd after the break. And 4th, Beaver picks up 4th place with Stephanie Hill.
We're going to have to put an asterisk or put a little weight. There is an inquiry on the 6.
So your winner is Gabby C-Note, 5th win of the year in 6 starts. That's now 4 in a row for Gabby C-Note and Chris Beaver. Aaron Merriman is the Aaron Merriman was in the bike, so Merriman picks up his first win, and Chris Beaver gets himself a victory. Making the way around is Gabby C-Note heading to the winner's circle.
Do you think Aaron Merriman knows how to find the winner's circle here at Northfield Park?
I think he might have directions very easily to get to the winner's circle here. So there's Aaron Merriman. And he will be greeted there by the caretakers of Gabby C-Note, another one we talked about in our freshman focus that we did earlier this year.
So if you'd like to be featured next year, send money, check and cash to Frank Ferraz.
Circle your champion, 2-year-old Billy Trotter. It's the one Gabby C-Note. Gabby C-Note's a 2-year-old brown filly by Triumphant Caviar and a Gabby's credit card by Credit Winner. Owned by C.F. Beaver, J.M. Beaver, S.J.C. Handler. Christopher Beaver is the trainer and Aaron Merriman, the winning driver, 156 and 3. Trackside to congratulate with the connections of Gabby C-Note, we do have Sunita Esty, Director of the Ohio Harness Horseman Association and Standardbred Development Fund.
Dave Bianconi getting ready to interview Aaron Merriman. Chris Beaver doesn't look like it's in the winner's circle, probably getting ready to warm one
Got
up.
too many more to warm up.
Chris with 11 entered today.
Joined by Aaron Merriman, got the job done here in the 2-year-old filly trot with the heavily favored Gabby C-Note. Aaron, you stayed away from all the trouble there, went right to the front, and that's the easiest route around this track.
Yeah, it is, especially today. You know, I kept her real calm in the post grade. She only had one bad day here, like when she had the 8-hole at start. You know, sometimes just a 2-year-old filly or second lifetime start. But, you know, I was going to turn David. She's very, very calm today. So, I mean, she just made it easy. She's a talented filly.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be great to drive a lot of these Chris Beaver trotters. Well, you need several drivers per race because you got like 3 or 4 in every race, it seems like. But you do get some of the pick of the litter for Beaver, and that's a good spot to be in.
Yeah, we've I kind of stuck with him here the last few years at least, and it's just been a great relationship. You know, he's an easy guy to get along with and to drive for, and I don't mind that he spreads the wealth at all. You know, I just take what he wants me to take, and that's good enough for me.
And he's had a ton of success with these Triumphant Caviars, a horse that he raced in his career, and now has really turned into a very good sire.
Yeah, great sire, and for whatever reason, Chris definitely has the niche to him, you know, and I really like the Caviars, and I think he actually tries to get me on the Caviars, it seems like, but you know, it's a nice horse, and Ohio breed is just getting better and better.
You have one in the last race, the 12th tonight, the last of the Sire Stakes races, Winning Ticket, who is a perfect 9 for 9 on the year in the 3-year-old Colt Trot. Post 6 doesn't make it quite as easy as the rail, but you got to like this one's chances too up in the 12th.
You know, last year he was a favorite in the final, and he was sick, deathly sick that week. You know, and you know, you go for that much money, you got to try to race him. He had a bad day that day, so I think this is a little bit of redemption. You know, I think that Spire the Biter horse that scratched last year was such a layover, and he broke down. Now he broke down again this year, but this Winning Ticket said nothing wrong this year, and I'm just hoping it continues tonight. You know, you always need a little bit of luck on your hands, but that horse has made it all so easy. He's been very, very good.
All right, good chance we'll see you back here again. Thanks again, Aaron.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Jay, a very interesting thing is you look at the lines here for Gabby C-Note and one of Chris Beaver's other horses in this Caviar Roxy Dew. Aaron Merriman drove Caviar Roxy Dew the last 5 races. This was just the only times he's driven Gabby C-Note is up here at Northfield. Brett Miller had driven it as well, so it was interesting that they chose to go with Aaron Merriman on Gabby C-Note rather than on Caviar Roxy Dew, which he drove the entire time.
When you have as many horses as Chris does, I'm sure he had 3 or 4. He had multiple horses in one division, so a lot of the time Gabby C-Note and Caviar Roxy Dew would have been in separate eliminations, or separate divisions, so Aaron could drive both, but unfortunately tonight when the best 8 are out there, he had to make a choice, and obviously made the right choice by sticking with Gabby C-Note.
Gabby C-Note had won 3 of those legs, now with 5 wins in 6 starts, and that the one race did not win, had a break before the start, was never a factor in that race. But so Chris Beaver picks up his first Ohio Sire Stakes championship.
I believe Chris Beaver's daughter is named Gabby, and the dam is Gabby's credit card, so must have had a little premonition that she's a shopper.
If it's a daughter and a credit card, watch out. So the 7th race is in the books, and it's the 2-year-old filly champion trotter for 2021 is Gabby's C-Note. So Chris Beaver picks up his first Ohio Sire Stakes championship of the night, and we will be back after this, and we will get ready for the 8th. The 2-year-old filly Pace is up next after these messages.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Visit us September 17th at the Pickaway County Fairgrounds and get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, and Long Tom. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Last year was unique in many ways. The Little Brown Jug isn't the same without you, the fan. Make plans now to attend this year's Little Brown Jug, where history is sure to be made and a new champion will be crowned.
You win the Little Brown Jug!
The 76th Little Brown Jug is Thursday, September 23rd. Please visit littlebrownjug.com or call 1-800-DEL-FAIR to learn more about ticket packages. Be there!
Welcome back to MGM Northfield Park. Half of our championship races are now in the books. Any surprises to you through the first four?
Not surprises, just the theme of the night is speed, and a little bit more speed.
And that's what everybody's been talking about this year, no matter where we've been talking to trainers, just how fast these horses continue to go. So far, 2 track records, a world record. That one, I think, was 3 ticks off of a record. So I think we might have a little more excitement the rest of the way as well as we take a look at the next race, the 2-year-old filly pace. And this one is going to feature, again, a number of down by the seasides.
Start with number 1, Cape Cod Hanover, who won 3 of the 4, and Sea Silk, who was obviously a down by the seaside, hence the name Sea Silk, won all 4 legs of the Ohio Sire Stakes for Burke, Weaver, Buscemi, Knox Services, and Hatfield out of Columbus.
We'll
Ohio.
try to follow the tradition set by Summer Touch, who was our winner last year. Let's take a look at that race that Summer Touch won last year to become the 2-year-old filly champion.
Ohio Sire Stakes Championship. 2-year-old filly pacers. Field of 9. 4th from Scioto Downs. They're at the post, and there they go. Here off and pacing as Summer Touch goes right out for the lead. Rainy Day Chick hustled up on the outside. Further out, Lady Arthur showing early speed. Ducking quickly to the rail is Lever Wild in 4th. 5th into the turn, Pink and Perfect. Off stride went Lady Arthur. So they make their way around the turn, moving up to the inside now. 5th is Winella Hanover for Merriman. She is followed by Not What She Said. Then it is She Knows It All, Sentimental and back down pacing, but trailing Lady Arthur, quarter 27 and 2. And it's Summer Touch to the top. She'll take over. Rainy Day Chick is there second. Brett Miller's worked out the pocket ride for her. Lever Wild is there third. Pink and Perfect is 4th. Winella Hanover is racing there in 5th, staying to the inside, Not What She Said, out and moving. She Knows It All and Sentimental, and the trailer is Lady Arthur. Around the clubhouse turn and driving for the half. Summer Touch, the heavy 1-5 favorite, carving out the fractions. Rainy Day Chick getting the pocket trip, 56 and 4 for the half, 29 and 2. Rolling first up comes Pink and Perfect. She's now second at the leader's wheel and advancing with her cover. Second over, now 4th is Winella Hanover. Lever Wild to the inside, pinned in 5th, outside 6th, slightly gapping cover. She Knows It All. Then to the inside, Not What She Said, still searching for a better gear alongside Sentimental in the trailer. Lady Arthur, they're by 3/4. Summer Touch, 124 and 2, 27 and 3 backside, and Summer Touch has opened up 3 from Rainy Day Chick. Outside stalled, Pink and Perfect. Lever Wild to the inside is 4th. Racing 5th at the rail as they come to the top of the stretch. Not What She Said. They're off the turn on their way home. Summer Touch with the lead. Rainy Day Chick still trying. Lever Wild. Center of the track is closing. It is Summer Touch. Gate to wire to win it. Summer Touch and a photo for place. 152 and 3.
So that was the race last year. This year, the 2-year-old filly pace field includes 8, and 7 of the 8 top point getters are entered. The one that did not was the number 8, Dragon's Revenge, did not enter, and so the number 9, Cold-Hearted Gypsy was able to get in. The number 1 is Cape Cod Hanover, trained by Ron Burke. David Miller will drive 6 starts this year, 5 wins, 1 second. That second came 2 races ago in the Ohio Sire Stakes, finishing second to Sea Silk. The number 2 is Hot Shot Temperance. Aaron Merriman will drive for Kyle Ader, has won 3 of 6 and hit the board 5 of 6. The number 3 is Mermaid by the Sea. Brian Brown training for that first win, but does have 3 seconds and 3/3 in 6 starts. The number 4, Dragon Lady, has hit the board in 6 starts with 1 victory, 5 second places. The number 5 is Secret Side Piece. Todd Luther trains for Black Magic Racing. Trevor Smith will drive 6 starts, 2 wins, 3 seconds. The number 6 is Cold-Hearted Gypsy. Herman Hagerman is the trainer. Chris Lems will get the drive. 1 victory in 5 starts. The number 7, All Night Mickey. Mike Wilder is the driver. Tim Twaddle, the trainer. 1 win in 8 starts. Has hit the board, though, in 6 of those 8. And the number 1, a perfect 6 for 6 with an earnings of $190,000. Sea Silk for Ron Burke and Chris Page, the prohibitive favorite in this race.
Sea Silk has outside post number 8, so that'll be a little bit difficult to overcome. Her owners paid $47,000 for this one last fall. Breeder Steiner Stock Farm bred last year's jug champion, Captain Barbosa.
So, Sea Silk with 6 wins in a row, won all 4 legs of the Sire Stakes and handed the only loss to the number 1, Cape Cod Hanover. That came back on August 13th in a 6th. Right now, believe it or not, Sea Silk is not the favorite. It is Cape Cod Hanover at 6-5, and right now, Sea Silk 8-5. So
I think a lot of that has to do with the post position draw on Wednesday morning when Sea Silk got the 8 hole and Cape Cod got the 1. I'm sure the betting choices will switch a lot more than it probably should have.
If you could give me Sea Silk at the morning line at 9-5, and even right now at
3-2,
I'd still take it. So, but Sea Silk, though, has shown that she is the class of the 2-year-old field, and Ron Burke still looking for his first win here tonight with 14 starters. Has got to feel really good about his choices here. He does have 3 in here. His other 2 choices are Dragon Lady, the number 4, and the number 1, Cape Cod Hanover. So it's kind of nice to have the first and second choices if you're Ron Burke.
I'll take the 3rd choice. I'll take his 3rd one. How's that? Dragon Lady, been 1st or 2nd in all 6 career starts.
Which Yannick, I didn't mention, Yannick Gingras is driving that. First drive Yannick has had in the Sire Stakes.
Earlier in the Open, Steve Bateson talked about competition. We wouldn't have David Miller here tonight. We wouldn't have Yannick Gingras tonight if we were to race yesterday. So I'm a big fan of the Sunday night races, and I believe Scioto Downs actually last year, did they not race on Sunday, or did
yes,
they?
Yes, I think that's been.
I think it's become a new tradition.
What they want to do is it's going to be the Sunday night of Labor Day weekend because, as we've said, the spotlight's on you. It's a big weekend. So let's go to the post parade and take a look at these fillies for the 8th.
Horses now on the racetrack for the upcoming 8th race. Ohio Sire Stake Championship, 2-year-old filly Pacer is a purse $300,000. With place show exacta trifecta, 20-cent superfecta, 50-cent pick 6. Non-jackpot pick 6 carryover $1,902. Mama Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Brasimi, Rich Lombardo Racing, and RAS Racing. Dream of Ron Burke. By Down by the Seaside, driven by David Miller, 1, Cape Cod Hanover. Won by IV Holdings, trained by Kyle Leader. She's by McCardle, driven by Aaron Merriman, 2, Hot Shot Temptress. All my AWS stables. Jaff Racing, Acadia Farm, Jay Sobraco, VIP Internet Stable, driven by Brian Brown. Billy of Down by the Seaside, driven by Ronnie Wren Jr., 3, Mermaid by the Sea. Mama Burke Racing Racing Stable, Weaver Brasimi, W. Donovan, and Let It Ride Stables. Trained by Ron Burke. Billy by Fear and the Dragon. Driven by Yannick Gingras, 4 is Dragon Lady. Owned by Black Magic Racing, trained by Todd Luther. Billy by Down by the Seaside, driven by Trevor Smith, 5 is Secret Side Piece. Owned and trained by Herman Hagerman. She's by Racing Hill, driven by Chris Lems, the 6. Cold-Hearted Gypsy. Owned by Ricky May Stables and Timothy Twaddle. Tim Twaddle trains. Billy by Down by the Seaside, driven by Mike Wilder, the 7. All Night Mickey. And Elmberg Racing Stable, Weaver Brasimi, Dock Services, and Hatfield Stables, trained by Ron Burke. Billy by Down by the Seaside, driven by Chris Page, the 8 is Sea Silk, and that's the field for the 8.
The field for the 8th, the 2-year-old Philly Pace. The number 1 Cape Cod Hanover still sitting there as the favorite at even money. The second choice is Sea Silk. They were 1 and 2 in the points, and you win 4 legs of the Sire, the legs getting into the Sire Stakes. Not easy to do, because if you take a look, there weren't many that had done it. Summer Touch had done it, and
Winning Ticket?
Winning Ticket, I'm sorry. Winning Ticket and Sea Silk, the only 2 that had won all 4 legs.
Gulf Shores, I believe.
The Gulf Shores were the 4?
I believe so.
Or did they?
Oh, maybe he skipped the first one.
I thought he skipped one. Yeah,
He's undefeated. He was
won
undefeated.
3 of 3 legs.
Okay.
He only entered 3 legs, but won 3 of 3. But to win 3 of 3 or 4 of 4, it says something about the horse.
When we look into 64 of them, they all start running together after a little while. So I apologize for that.
No, it's like my days, my weeks. I don't even know where I'm going half the time. So Cape Cod Hanover, the number 1. The number 2, the other horse here that not getting a lot of love from the bettors is number 5, Secret Side Piece. Right now, it was 35-1. Now at 40-1. Has started 6 races. Has earned $87,000. Has won a couple and has, 3. But coming off, Ohio Sire Stakes race, finishing 5th. But the time before that was scratched because of an injury. So you have to wonder what that injury was and if ready to go.
This one was bred by Jeff and Senina Estes Spring Haven Farms. Secret Side Piece was a $20,000 purchase by Black Magic Racing, and Todd Luther, Greg Luther's brother, will do the training.
Well, let's send it down to Roger Houston in the winner's circle. Roger's got another interview.
With us in the winner's circle, young lady that has helped me throughout the evening with all these interviews and such, with Heather Wilder. Heather, how you doing tonight?
Great night. I think Northfield Park's doing an amazing job. What great races, track records, world records, and a huge crowd.
Big crowd. Estimated probably the highest attendance they've had all this year and for the rest of the year as well. But it was good weather, and that made a difference. Mike did Heather is married to Mike Wilder, just in case you don't know it. Yeah. But Mike had a third earlier this evening.
Yeah, he did. And he's got a drive coming up here for the Tim Twaddle stable. So coming up out of the 7 hall, All Night Mickey.
Do you get nervous when Mike's driving?
Oh, yeah. I mean, honestly, yes, I do. At home, this is a fun fact. At home, I don't even watch. So I only watch when we're on the road.
Now, you're also, besides being married to Mike Wilder, you're the chauffeur tonight.
Yes, I am. I drive him all over. That's my best job. I do my best driving behind the wheel. So he's on the racetrack, and I'm behind the wheel.
I've seen you drive some horses over your life.
I've done it once or twice, but, I never let my ego get in the way of my pocketbook, and he's the driver.
Where was it? We were coming home from Ireland, wasn't it?
Yes.
And we got messed up with the connections, had to rent a car and drive. We had to be back by, 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning?
They were worried. I wasn't worried. I told them I'm an old fog buster, and it was no problem. They got in the car, and it was raining. They were scared. I mean, it was no problem at all. I handled it.
Well, Heather, I want to thank you for helping me out tonight. I couldn't have done it without you.
Sure. It's been a great night of racing, and I love the broadcast. I'm watching all the time. So go OHHA. That's
You're
awesome.
going to leave after this race, heading back to Pennsylvania, but you'll be
listening and watching the broadcast as you're going home.
Yes, we will. Yes, yeah. I'll be listening. He'll be watching. Yes.
Thank you, Heather.
Yep, thank you.
Heather Wilder with me in the winner's circle here at Northfield Park.
Keep the hands on the wheel and the eyes on the road.
I believe Roger Houston owns a horse with the Wilders.
I think he's got a couple pieces of some. So, yep. So,
Last year during Jug Week, I had some folks over to my house on Sunday after the races, and Roger had his checkbook laying on my kitchen table. I said, "What's this all about?" He says, "I'm buying a horse." So,
break yourself.
He kept meat hooks on that checkbook. He didn't leave them go out of his sight too much. So, Cape Cod Hanover is still our favorite at 7-5. Slight up now 6-5. 7-5 is Sea Silk out of post 8.
So it looks like Sea Silk and Cape Cod Hanover are the two that the bettors do like in this race. Another one, anytime you put Yannick Gingras on a behind a horse, he's got a chance there. And, and that's a horse that has won 5 seconds, 6 finishes, Dragon Lady, and was 4th in the point standings.
Chris Page, local Ohio-based driver, gets Ron Burke's first call here in Ohio. Yannick Gingras gets his first call nationwide, so I'm sure Ron asked Chris Page what he would like to do, and he wanted to stay with Sea Silk, and that opened it up for Cape Cod Hanover and David Miller, and Dragon Lady gets Yannick Gingras. Not too bad. You get a Hall of Famer on one, Yannick
Future
Gingras
Hall of Famer
on another, and
probably, if things continue, at least an Ohio Hall of Famer.
Exactly.
Chris Page. So, yeah, you've got a pretty good lineup of drivers there for the Ron Burke stable. One maiden in this race, Mermaid by the Sea, finished 6th in the points, has been close. Just cannot get over that hump yet. 2/3 the last 2 times out, and 3 seconds to 3 times behind that Mermaid by the Sea for Brian Brown and Ronnie Wren Jr. What a place it would be to break your maiden.
Absolutely, the richest of the year. I'm sure Brian Brown would be very excited to hoist the trophy for the second time tonight.
Did win a qualifier at Delaware in 1:58 back in June. And you look at some of these times that these horses have taken. Cape Cod Hanover 1:51-4. Hot Shot Temperance 1:51-2. Those are and then Sea Silk at 1:51-3.
The track mark is 1:51-4 by Summer Touch last year.
Well, every time you tell us what the track record is, the track record seems to fall here at Northfield. So far, a world record and 2 track records in our first 4.
I predict a track record tonight, too, in this race right here.
All right.
Going out on a limb.
Going out on a limb, but, it should be just a great race as they're slowly starting to form up behind the starting gate. The number 1, Cape Cod Hanover. David Miller drives for trainer Ron Burke. The number 2, Hot Shot Temperance. Aaron Merriman for Kyle Ader. The number 3, Mermaid by the Sea, Ronnie Red Jr. for trainer Brian Brown. The number 4 is Dragon Lady, Yannick Gingras for Ron Burke. The number 5, Secret Side Piece, Trevor Smith drives for Todd Luther. The number 6, Cold Hearted Gypsy, Chris Lem gets the drive for Herman Hagerman. The number 7, All Night Mickey, Mike Wilder drives for Tim Twaddle. And the number 8, Sea Silk with Chris Page in the bike for Ron Burke. As we get set to go, let's send it up to Ayers Ratliff.
Purse of $300,000, top of the stretch. Ohio Sire Stake Championship for 2-year-old Billy Pacers, and here they come. There, and pacing along the inside, Cape Cod Hanover. Outside, Dragon Lady as they move around the initial turn. Hot Shot Temptress is there in 3rd. On the inside to be 4th. Mermaid by the Sea, and off stride with Hot Shot Temptress. Also off stride, Mermaid by the Sea. Cruising up on the outside now comes Sea Silk. And Sea Silk wants the lead on the inside. Cape Cod Hanover is yielding for the pocket. The opening quarter at a hot 27-1. Dragon Lady is in 3rd. In comes All Night Mickey with Hot Shot Temptress. And Mermaid by the Sea as they will straighten away the backstretch. And the undefeated Sea Silk is on top. Right there in second, Cape Cod Hanover. Dragon Lady is in third. Cold-Hearted Gypsy is moving up on the outside fourth as they'll pace by 3/4, 1:23 and 4. Into that final turn they go, and the leader is Sea Silk. Over there in second, Cape Cod Hanover. Dragon Lady is third. Cold-Hearted Gypsy is outside fourth. In there to be fifth, Secret Side Piece with All Night Mickey at the top of the stretch. And it's Sea Silk. Sea Silk now sprints clear by almost 3. She's still undefeated, and she's the Sire Stake champion. Sea Silk to win. Cape Cod Hanover in for second. Dragon Lady and Cold-Hearted Gypsy, 151 and 2. Backlocking of 151 and 2 is a new track record. And a new world record for a 2-year-old filly pacers on a half-mile track. Summer Touch had it in 151 and 4 set last year, broke this year 151 and 2 by Sea Silk and Chris Page.
The Burke Brigade sweeps it 1, 2, and 3 in world record and track record time. You set a track record. You didn't tell me it was going to be a world record.
Well, I'm going off to Steve Bateson. Steve Bateson only set a track record. He didn't say anything about a world record.
Second world record of the night, and Sea Silk just showed why she was the class. Took control, and just when Sea Silk gets to the lead, she never looks back and wins. And Cape Cod Hanover finishes second, and the third Burke horse, Dragon Lady, finishes in third. You didn't think it was going to be a track record. You looked out to me after the third quarter and kind of put a thumbs down.
Well, when the Burke horses are 1, 2, 3, you know, they're not going to go out there and really go at it. But last quarter in 27 and 3, so I look like a prophet.
Well, all I know is it's like NASCAR. It doesn't matter what team it is for the three guys in those bikes and the horses. They want to win. They want to get first to the line.
Absolutely.
And so Sea Silk and Chris Page does. So Ron Burke gets his first win of the night. And through 5, that's 5 different trainers. The only double so far for the driver has been Brett Miller. So give Chris Page his first one. As just, I don't know if you noticed that. It looked like, I'm not sure if that's Ron or Mickey Burke jogging number 5 there. Went by Chris. And Chris and Ronnie said something as they came in. So let's go down and as Chris Page comes into the winner's circle. So there's your winning connection. We'll get set to send it down to Dave Bianconi in a second.
I think they want to get Chris Page, but the horse doesn't want to let Chris Page stand there.
And Chris is going to end up hopping onto the bike and not end up doing the interview.
It's 304 wins on the year for Chris Page. I think he can skip a winner's circle interview.
I'm joined by Mickey Burke Jr. of the Burke Brigade, the Ohio General of the Burke Brigade, we'll call it. And what can you say about Sea Silk, Mick? This one, unbeaten. If she was ever going to lose in Ohio, it seemed like tonight was the night. She had the 8-hole. Her very tough stablemate had the rail, had David Miller coming in from out of town, and still she was just way, way too much for him.
Yeah, no, she has just been flawless this year. Everything we've asked her to do, she's done. And you're right, like Cape Cod's been great, and you'd be great just to have one of the two of them in your stable, but to have the two of them out there is just. And even the other filly, finished 1, 2, 3. You can't ever complain about anything like that.
Yeah, I mean a sweep for the barn. You guys have some great 2-year-old fillies in Ohio and all over the country this year.
Yeah, no, we've been very fortunate. These girls have done great all season, and we'll take them to Delaware and see what we can do there.
I've had people say, and I'm not, horse confirmation and so forth, that she's looked uncomfortable at times on the track, blah, blah, blah. Boy, when she gets going, she doesn't look uncomfortable. She is fast.
No, she does do some weird things every now and then, and she'll worry you a little bit, but as soon as you put her in gear and turn her the right way, she just drops the button, it takes off. I mean, she just really does her job and does it well.
Next logical steps, Delaware County Fairgrounds, do you know? Are you shutting her down after that, or is she going a little Grand Circuit in the fall?
Ronnie will normally take him to Lexington, so I'm not positive of that, but I would say it's a definite possibility that they'll go after that, just to give them a shot at, because we've done it so well with some of these Ohio breds, taking them down there and getting a good start in them down there, and it's just so nice to race on that track.
All right, still unbeaten, and now a world record holder for 2-year-old fillies on a half-mile track. Sea-Silk, congrats, Mick.
Thank you very much.
Sea-Silk with the world record.
There is Sea-Silk going back to the winner's circle. A nice round number, $340,000 in 7 career starts.
Not too bad. Not too bad at all. And not a bad number for the Burks in that race, was it?
They get 87% of the $300,000. So they get.
Did you figure that out for me? 87% of 300,000? About 261, I think. 261,000, I think it is.
My shoes are staying on. So.
Not a bad paycheck for that one. So, so that is the 5th of our 8 now completed, as Sea-Silk is our 2-year-old filly pacing champion in the state of Ohio. Next up, the 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot, and we'll have more on that race when we return after this.
Bow River Jewelers are the premier designers of standardbred jewelry for more than 30 years. We incorporate today's latest fashion designs into our Salke jewelry, creating a unique piece of jewelry which can only be found at bowriverjewelry.com. Your Salke jewelry headquarters. Visit bowriverjewelry.com today for your piece of Salke jewelry. Don't be shut out. Purchase today at bowriverjewelry.com.
Your animals provide unconditional love. When they hurt, you want the best care available to help them enjoy life again. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center is here for you and for them. From heart disease to cancer, diabetes to broken bones, and 24-hour emergency services, Ohio State's team of experts make a difference in the lives of animals and the family members who love them. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
Welcome back to the MGM Northfield Park as we get set. As we're going to have a guest come up here and join us shortly. So Jay getting our chair ready. So we've got the 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot. Last year's winner was Perron. Let's take a look at that race.
They're off and trotting. That's Replica Hanover going right out for the early lead. Up on the outside, Street Gossip and now second and going right on to the top. Taking a seat, Tango With Me racing third. Winning Ticket gets away fourth. Racing fifth, that's Perron as they race around the turn. Going to the first quarter mark. Racing sixth, that's Penzano. Racing seventh, should have known better. Around the turn seventh, Rose Run Wilson. Trailing the field following the early break. Triple M Storm. Opening quarter. 29-4. Into the lane first time, coming to the 3/8 mark. On the move on the outside, Aaron Merriman and Winning Ticket. Now second and going right on to the top. Street Gossip is there second, racing third. Replica Hanover into the turn. Tango with Me trots fourth as they race around the turn. Racing fifth, Perron sixth. On to the backside they go. Penzano halfway home in 58-2, 28-3. Second panel to the backside in the 5/8 mark. Street Gossip with the lead. Winning Ticket is repelled at this time second. Racing third. That's Replica Hanover down the backside. Here comes Perron on the move on the outside with cover fourth. Tango and Me is racing fifth. Into the turn, coming to the outside. Penzano and Chris Page with cover. Ready to go three wide. 3/4, 127-3. 29-1. Backside. Little more than an 8 to go. Street Gossip with the lead. On the outside, Perron closing with every stride. An 1/8 of a mile to go in Ohio. On top, Street Gossip the leader. Perron closing with every stride on the outside. Street Gossip, Perron on the outside. Nose to the apart at the wire. It's Perron. Street Gossip. Tango with Me. 1:58.
So that was last year's 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot. This year it looks like speed holds up. You get to the lead, you win. Last year at Saturday Downs, it looked like it was all closers coming in. But joined by Tom Wright, the president of the Little Brown Jug Society. Tom, how you doing tonight?
I'm good.
It's a pretty good night of racing, isn't it?
It's a fun night of racing so far. It's really good.
You a little busy right now?
My sidekick over here is keeping me
My
busier,
boss.
but
My
no,
boss.
No.
I was on the fairgrounds a couple days ago. It's starting to look like a fair. Some tents are going up.
Yeah,
you
we're
got
getting there.
the chairs are getting there. How are things progressing for this year's job?
We're getting there. It seems like, and I was talking to one of our other fair directors the other day, and he said every year, he said, I don't know why, but the last 3 weeks, everything just gets done. And I don't know why we're probably procrastinators, but we're getting there. We're getting there.
Coming off of last year when COVID, you only had a few people on the grounds. It's got to be, one, exciting to have everybody back on the grounds, but two, it's a daunting task to get everything done that, basically you hadn't had to do for 2 years.
And there's some parts that kind of showed that we haven't done anything for 2 years. So yeah, it was unfortunate last year, and I think I think Jug Day last year had 6 world records, and I felt so bad walking off the track, like nobody was here to see it. I mean, I know they watched on TV and so forth, but nobody saw it. It was a wonderful day. The track was magnificent last year. So yeah, the guys are working hard on the track. That to us is most important. And then we want to make sure that everybody gets there safely, and we're dealing with the COVID and all that. But yeah, we're getting it together piece by piece, and we got more to do. But it's coming along nice, actually.
What goes into getting the track ready?
Well, we scar fire about every other year, which is just kind of brings it back to life a little bit. So and the guys will start. We scraped sand less than a week ago, and they'll lightly put some back on. And then they'll watch the forecast every day, and if they think we can, Greg will come up, Kuhn will come up and help us some too. And as the week goes on, we put a little more cushion on for the trotters. But come Thursday, a big pacing day, if we can get down to the clay and let it bounce, I think that's a good thing. So we'll see. But the guys work really hard. I mean, we have 2 folks that work year-round, many times in the middle of the night in the winter because they're going to freeze dry it or whatever. So it's a real daunting task, that part of it as well. But both Steve and Wayne are very experienced guys. They know what they're doing, and so that makes it fun. And then we get a whole big crew to help us during the week, too, which is nice.
How are ticket sales going for this year's jug?
Very well. We've had, I saw a couple folks had come back and said, hey, I'm a little nervous about COVID. And like half a dozen. That's that low. So ticket sales are better than they were in 19. So I'll take that as a big positive. People want to come back and watch live racing. They want to come back to Delaware and have some fun. So I hope they do. Come out, everybody.
Well,
Come
Tom,
on.
thanks for joining us. We got the post parade for the 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot. Let's take a look at the post parade.
Thanks, guys.
Superfecta and Pick 3 wagering. OICF Beaver. Caviar, driven by Aaron Merriman, won Caviar Gold. Place 5, Buckstone Land Livestock, trained by Peering Plum. A son of What the Hill, driven by Yannick Gingras. The 2 is Chulo. On the Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, Jay Malillo. Trained by Ron Burke, a son of Cash Hall, driven by David Miller. 3, Rose Run Extra. On by CF Beaver, D. Robinson, VIP Internet Stable. Trained by Christopher Beaver, a son of What the Hill. Driven by Brett Miller for the Mighty Hill. The 5 is Scratched. Owned by the stable and Hutchison Artists. Trained by Jason McGinnis, a son of Long Tom. Driven by Anthony McDonald. 3, the 6, Slim Jimmy. Owned by Joanna Beaver and Christopher Beaver, who also trained the son of Uncle Peter. Driven by Ronnie Red Jr. 7, Gabby's Bitcoin. And owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Brissimi, Jay Malillo, and C. Page. Trained by Ron Burke, this son of What the Hill is driven by Chris Page. The 8 is up Blueberry Hill, and that's the field for the 9th race. Ohio Sire State Championship, 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters.
The field for the 9th here at MGM Northfield Park, the 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Ohio Sire Stakes Championship Trot. The number 1 Caviar Gold, trained by Chris Beaver. Aaron Merriman drives, has won 3 of 4. The other one was a 2nd place finish. The number 2 Chulo, couple of wins in 4 starts. Rose Run Extra, the number 3, 8 starts, has hit the board in 8 of 8, including 1 win. The number 4 is the Mighty Hill, also trained by Chris Beaver, who has 3 in this race. Ron Burke has 2 in this race. The Mighty Hill, 4 wins in 6 starts, a 2nd added in there. Guido D, the number 5, trained by Steve Schoffel for Brady Brown will drive. 7 of 7 on the board. One very dear to your heart, the number 6, Slim Jimmy. Anthony McDonald will drive. Jason McGinnis trains. Ronnie Wren Jr. will drive Gabby's Bitcoin for trainer Chris Beaver. And up Blueberry Hill, Chris Page will drive for Ron Burke. And let's just jump back to Slim Jimmy. You own a piece of that horse.
A little piece.
A piece is a piece, because if Slim Jimmy wins, I'm on my
You're
own,
on your
folks.
own. And Roger Houston owns a little piece of Slim Jimmy as
So
well.
if that happens,
You're on your own.
We're going to have an owner interviewing another owner down here. Without
Sounds good to me. I mean, Chris Beaver and Ron Burke have already won tonight, so let's throw the little guy a bone.
There you go. Well, let's head down to Roger Houston, who's down in the winner's circle.
With us in the winner's circle is a fractional owner of a number of horses, Deb Rush. Deb, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you, Roger.
Slim Jimmy.
That's right. He's a good one.
Now, how many horses are you part of?
About 7 or 8.
This is with Anthony McDonald in the stable.
Right.
What got you involved with the fractional ownership?
I don't even know. Well, I think Ayers, the announcer, I think he did. He said, oh, you need to buy a share of this horse. And I did. And then I bought more. And then I bought more. And
you travel to see most of the races?
I go to all the races. If I'm possibly able to be there, I'm there.
How do you work that in with being a clerk?
It's not easy, because like last year I was at Worcester Fair and my horse was racing an upper and I hated it. I had to watch it on the internet. It wasn't good.
Of the ones that you are fractional ownership with, do you have a favorite?
Well, I'm a Lovely Lady has always been my favorite, but Slim Jimmy's right there second, because he's been, and Purple Aura, I own part of her. She's a good one. I love my horses.
Now, you've owned horses totally.
Right, but my husband passed away in February, and I don't have the money to spend, so this is perfect for me. I don't have a lot of money invested. It's fun. It's like I own the whole horse to me.
I think somebody told me that there's something like 25 or 30 fractional ownership groups in the nation now. Most of them are right here in Ohio.
Right. Well, I have one with Jessica Schroeder, San Franny. She won last night in 54 and 4, but most of my horses were with the stable.
Are you going to keep the operation going next year?
Oh yeah, I've already bought a yearling, and I'm going to keep on as long as I can afford it. I mean, most of mine have paid their way, so.
Well, my question is, have you got any of your friends involved as well?
I'm trying, but I just love it. I love my horses, and like I said, if I own 1% or 100%, I love to watch them race.
If you were talking to somebody out there, you would highly recommend fractional ownership.
Yeah, it's fun. It's like Anthony said, it's entertainment. Not going to get rich, but
The thrill is there no matter how much you have.
It is. It really is.
So, folks, here's a fractional owner. Guess what? I'm a fractional owner as well on Slim Jimmy. Coming up in the next race. Oh, come on, Slim Jimmy.
Oh, Jimmy.
All right, how do I get in on this deal now? I got a few dollars here.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll sell you my little piece for tonight.
No, you enjoy that.
Oh,
you
absolutely.
Get down to that winner's circle with all of them.
I think you asked me will you find your way? I said, yeah, I'll find my way eventually. But.
Slim Jimmy is who a lot of people at winner's circle may not be able to take everybody here for. That's got a piece
Slim
of
Jimmy is undefeated here at Northfield Park.
There you go. That's
3
what they
for
want
3.
as the starting gate is rolling for the 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Ohio Sire Stakes Championship Trot. Let's throw it up to Ayers Ratliff.
Turner has the horses for the 9th race from the rail out. Caviar Gold, Chulo, Rose Run Extra, the Mighty Hill, Slim Jimmy, Gabby's Bitcoin, outside of Blueberry Hill. Ohio Sire Stake Championship, 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters. They swing through the stretch. Here they come. Panda trotting, Caviar Gold is on a break, also off stride, Gabby's Bitcoin. As they move around that initial turn, out there and with the lead, it's the Mighty Hill. The Mighty Hill has got the early top spot, now cruising up on the outside is Rose Run Extra. Rose Run Extra now moves on to the lead. The Mighty Hill is there in second, over there in third. It's Chulo. Slim Jimmy just lost stride. So overtaking his spot then. As they travel on to the opening quarter is up Blueberry Hill, the fraction at 28 and 1. Then we find Gabby's Bitcoin with Caviar Gold and Slim Jimmy trails. As the field is well strung out, they trot down here to the half, and now Chulo is off stride. So it is Rose Run Extra with the lead. In their second, the Mighty Hill. Up Blueberry Hill is in third. Gabby's Bitcoin trots in fourth. Caviar Gold is fifth. Over there, sixth is Slim Jimmy with Chulo, the half, 57 and 3. Into the turn they go, and it's Rose Run Extra and David Miller out there by a length and 3/4. The Mighty Hill in second. Up Blueberry Hill is third. In there to be fourth comes Gabby's Bitcoin. Then it is Caviar Gold with Slim Jimmy and Chulo. They continue on to 3/4. And out there and with the lead, it is Rose Run Extra now moving to the outside. It's the Mighty Hill in 127 and 1. They'll trot around this final turn inside Rose Run Extra. Outside is the Mighty Hill. They trot as a team to the top of the stretch inside Rose Run Extra. Outside the Mighty Hill, the Millers are going at it here as they come to the home of the championship. Rose Run Extra, the Mighty Hill. Rose Run Extra, the Mighty Hill. Photo for win. It is tight on the line at 155 and 4.
They're going to go to the photo for that one. I could not tell. What did you think, Jay?
I was watching the 6th place horse. Well, look at the.
I think it's going to be on the outside.
I think it will be the outside.
The Mighty Hill may have got it.
This will be a better angle. Usually you look at the wheels of the bike, but the outside.
Congratulations, our next set of prize
So
We're going to have to see who it is. It looked like it might have been the Mighty Hill for Chris Beaver and Brett Miller, but we'll wait and find out officially what the call was on that race. But one of the horses you did say you thought pulled up there?
I only saw 7 across the finish line.
Across the finish line, so we'll have to find out that. But uncharacteristic. 4 horses had suffered breaks in that, went off stride in that race.
Especially your favorite Caviar Goal and
4.378 is what they have put up.
so the Mighty Hill, who was on the outside, Brett Miller picks up his 3rd of the night, and Chris Beaver picks up his 2nd.
So Gabby's Bitcoin Caviar Gold broke early in the race. And we have a inquiry now flashing for Gabby's Bitcoin, the number 7. So we'll have to wait to see what they decide to do, what the judges are going to do there. But there is your unofficial winner right now.
We did have a scratch on number 5, Guido D. So
Okay. So fortunately, we apologize. We missed that.
During the interviews?
During the interviews in the post-parade. So, well, maybe we saw it in the post-parade, but you and I didn't catch it. So, but looks like Brett Miller was going to pick up his 3rd win, and Chris Beaver will get his 2nd of the night. Big smile there for Brett Miller, as here comes the unofficial winner right now. That is so that's our 4th track record.
Breaks the track record of the Mighty Hill.
There you
We
go.
said it earlier this year. The very first start of the season was in the Buckeye Stallion Series, and the Mighty Hill trotted home in 1:56.1. So he set a track record in his very first start and lowers the mark by a full second tonight, or by 2/5 of a second tonight here in the Sire Stakes final.
There's your winner, the Mighty Hill, heading into the winner's circle. Gets the nice blanket. Lots of smiles there. Number 7 still flashes. So not only did they have the inquiry, they also had the photo, but I don't see the photo up, so they must have already decided that, yes, the winner is going to be the Mighty Hill. Now it's just a matter of the inquiry on the 7.
Brett Miller's uncle is David Miller. So the 2 uncle and nephew are going at it down the lane, and looks like the nephew got the better of Uncle Dave tonight.
I think he calls him Uncle Dave.
I'm sure he said something when he crossed the finish line.
Let's go down to the winner's circle.
With Charlie May still to come, pretty decent night for you here.
yeah. This is these are the kind of nights you dream about.
Plus, you got dibs now. You got bragging rights over your cousin. You weren't going to let his fancy self come in from the Meadowlands and win here, were you?
Yeah, I tell you what though, I pulled out of the 2-hole a little too early there. His trotter had a lot of trot left, and thank God this colt here just wore him down.
David's a tough one to get by, but you got him by the slimmest of margins.
Yeah, exactly. I should have sat in the 2-hole a little longer.
This one though, for Chris Beaver, coming along great. Now 5 wins and 7 lifetime starts, and looks like the best is yet to come.
Yeah. This colt, he felt really good. He has really good manners. He felt quick. He feels like one nice colt.
And another good new sire, What the Hill, looking his progeny looking very good.
Yes, correct.
All right, I have a feeling we'll see you back here again. Don't want to jinx it, but congrats, Brett. Great drive.
Thank you.
Hey, you need this back?
I think we do.
So cousin, not uncle.
I got to get my Miller family tree. Got to get it out and dust it off.
But Brett Miller gets the win. It is his 3rd of the night in the Sire Stakes. We're waiting on the. Looks like
taking
it's
the
now
inquiry
official.
sign down.
And it Looks like it will
Slim
go
Jimmy has
official.
been named the winner. Not so much.
Well, you better hurry up and get down there for that picture then. So, but no, 4 horses in that race did suffer breaks. Gabby's Bitcoin and Caviar Gold at the beginning. Slim Jimmy and Chulo also went on breaks. But it's official now. Your winner was number 4, the Mighty Hill. Second, the number 3, Rose Run Extra, and Gabby's Bitcoin finished third, and 155 and 4, another track record.
4 track records.
Couple of world records.
Couple of world records.
And
we still have 2 more to go.
And with that, we will now get ready for the 3-year-old Colt and gelding pace, with the battle between Charlie May and Heart of Chewbacca coming up after this.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Visit us September 17th at the Pickaway County Fairgrounds and get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, and Long Tom. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Last year was unique in many ways. The Little Brown Jug isn't the same without you, the fan. Make plans now to attend this year's Little Brown Jug, where history is sure to be made and a new champion will be crowned.
You win the Little Brown Jug!
The 76th Little Brown Jug is Thursday, September 23rd. Please visit littlebrownjug.com or call 1-800-DEL-FAIR to learn more about ticket packages. Be there!
Welcome back to MGM Northfield Park as we get set for the 7th of our 8 championship races. This one, the 3-year-old Colt and gelding. And in the pace, $300,000 on the line. The big battle will be, again, that everybody expects between Charlie May and Heart of Chewbacca. The two of them last year, 1-for-1 in head-to-head competitions. Earlier this year, they were 2-for-2 battling, but then Charlie May has started to take over this little rivalry, winning the last couple in those head-to-head battles. It was kind of funny. It seemed like every time they were in the Ohio Sire Stakes together, they always drew in the same division. Very rarely were they separated. Somebody needs to look at that algorithm.
Unfortunately, Heart of Chewbacca drew post 8 on Wednesday, and Charlie May drew post 2, and so that might be the deciding factor. Unfortunately, interesting. Chris Page will drive Heart of Chewbacca for the first time tonight.
So that's something to look for. And take a look at last year's race that was won by another 3-year-old pacer who was trying to get a little bit of national recognition when Ocean Rock was the winner. Let's take a look at that race from last year.
Ohio Sire Stake Championship, 3-year-old Colt pace, field of 7. For the start of the late pick 4, they're at the post of the year. They go. They're off and pacing, firing out for the lead. Ocean Rock, Elver Hanover in between horses. Worth a Buck protecting position. Outside Stanford Court away 4th. Racing away 5th is Gray Dragon to the inside. Mr. Wiglet. And the early trailer is Can Be Perfect as they race around the turn and head to the quarter. It's Ocean Rock on the outside. Inside Elver Hanover stinging him just a bit as they roll past the quarter into 26-3. And Ocean Rock takes over the lead. Elver Hanover came away with the pocket. 2 back 3rd, Worth a Buck. He is followed by Stanford Court in 4th. Racing in 5th, Gray Dragon. Then it's Mr. Wiglet, and at the back Can Be Perfect. Single file in straight alignment into the clubhouse turn. 1-5 favorite Ocean Rock on the lead. Elver Hanover tracking there in 2nd. Worth the Buck at 95-1 is racing in 3rd. Stanford Court is peeking to the outside. Inside Gray Dragon, the half just 55-3. Noble stole the 2nd quarter. 29 flat, and he's on the accelerator now with Ocean Rock, trying to shake Elver Hanover, who's right there, racing in second. Now third, Stanford Court. Worth a Buck is still fourth. Inside, Gray Dragon outside, can be perfect, needs to fire in the trailer, Mr. Wiglet to 3/4. It's Ocean Rock with the lead, 3/4 and 1:22 and 3, 27 flat backside. Ocean Rock with the lead, inside Elver Hanover, outside Stanford Court is closing in. Worth a Buck is still there, can be perfect, trying to rally. He's now fifth into the stretch. It's Ocean Rock by 2 as they make the turn. Elver Hanover trying to kick in gear with Stanford Court on the outside. It's Ocean Rock with the lead. Ocean Rock to win it. Ocean Rock from Elver Hanover, Gray Dragon and Worth a Buck, 149 and 4.
So that was last year with 2020 winner Ocean Rock, and this year Charlie May will try to repeat as the Colt Pace champion, this time as a 3-year-old. Last year he was the 2-year-old Colt Pace champion. The field for this race, the number 1, Lafayette Hanover. Yannick Gingras drives for Christy Noble, a winner in 10 starts this year. The number 2, Charlie May, 6 wins in 13 starts, also has 4 seconds. The number 3 is Odds On Shaggy. Virgil Morgan Jr. trains. Mitchell Cushing will get the drive. 6 wins in 14 starts. The number 4, I'm Sorry Man. David Miller is the driver for trainer Ron Burke. Number 5, Born to be Shameless. Dan Noble will drive for his wife, Christy Noble, a couple of wins in 14 starts. The number 6, 4-Star Flash. Brian Brown trains. Ronnie Wren Jr. is the driver, has won half of his 12 starts this year. The number 7, Cyclone Union Jack, 3 wins in 9 starts for trainer Ron Potter. Ryan Stahl is the driver. And Heart of Chewbacca draws the number 8 hole. Trainer Ron Burke and Chris Page, as Jay said, will get the drive. Dan Noble has been driving, but Dan Noble will drive Born to be Shameless out of his own barn for his wife Christy Noble. And on paper it should be Charlie May, but you never know in a horse race.
Absolutely not. And a couple of interesting things. Owner Dennis Owens and Norman Ray Racing, which is Dan and Christy Noble, have 2 in here. The 5th place horse in the points was Rockin' Republic. Last race was back in July 16th, so dealing with some issues there. And then Truly Noble was the 8th place horse, was pulled up and did not finish on August 29th, so that allowed number 9, Odds On Shaggy, and number 10, Cyclone Union Jack, to enter this field tonight.
And Odds On Shaggy, Virgil Morgan gets another one in here, has hit the board in 6 straights, has won 2 of his last 3, including a Ohio State Fair's final back on August 7th. But Charlie May, a winner his last time out at Scioto in the Ohio Sawyer Stakes 4th leg, was the winner here on this track back on the 14th of August when he won the Carl Milstein, another $300,000 race, as Charlie May sat 5th at the half and then was parked, exploded, and just won it by 4 3/4. And for trainer Steve Carter, and Don Tiger in that interview talked about Charlie May being a bit of a hammer on the camera. I went down to the barn last week, took some pictures that I needed, and sure enough, just hammed it up in front of the camera. It's just they know. Some of these horses know that, hey, okay, come on, take my picture. We'll enjoy it, and they enjoy the winner's circle. So right now going at 1 to 9, and I have never seen a board look like that.
Looks like Heart of Chewbacca is 15 to 1. Number 3, Odds On Shaggy, is 80 to 1, and the rest of them are more than 99 to 1.
Have you ever seen a board that looks like that?
Not in an awfully long time.
An overwhelming favorite like that. I mean, the win total, $16,494 have been bet in the win pool. 15,000 of it is on Charlie May, and the $850 is bet on
Management here at Northfield Park was smart and put no place or show wagering, so it is win wagering only here on the 10th.
Yeah, I didn't notice that, but I wondered why the board looks so dark.
It's so
out
dark.
there that they lost some of the lights, but
There's going to be no negative pools in Dave Bianconi's world. That's for sure.
So right now, just basically all the money going on Charlie May in this race.
4 of these horses actually raced in a 2-year-old colt event last year. Charlie May and Heart of Chewbacca were 1 and 2, but 4 Stars Flash and I'm Sorry Man were also in last year's field at Scioto Downs.
Yeah, how they finished?
8th and 9th.
There you go.
I didn't want to say that, but
well, but that's all right though. You got people
they were one
wondering.
of the one of the finalists.
They got here, and and that's a big thing. We've talked about that. That says a lot about the year that you have had, that you can get to this level and get into the championship and have the opportunity to race for a $300,000 prize, a total of, with all the other races, $2.5 million we're racing for here in the state of Ohio.
A lot can happen week to week. So you are correct. When half the field has been able to do it all of last year and all of this year, it says a lot for the trainers and the breedings.
We talked about it a little earlier. Charlie May on the Hambletonian pole, the top 3-year-old colt pacer in the country right now in that pole, and a win here today could boost him up a little bit. It'll be interesting to see what happens in that pole after last night. Manchango, the number 1, got beat last night, so it'll see if anybody decides to drop him down.
Honestly, forget who's number 2.
I don't even know. Perfect Sting, maybe?
No.
No.
Because Charlie May is the top-rated 3-year-old pacer.
That's right.
Charlie, Perfect Sting was awfully impressive, so I'm sure he'll garner some attention.
So it looks like we're ready for the post parade.
For the Glamour division.
Here they go.
Ohio Sire State Championship for 3-year-old Colt and gelding pacers. Win, exacta, trifecta, 20-cent superfecta wagering. There is no place and no show wagering. Purse here, $300,000 owned by M.J. Samaglio, W.A. Richardson, R.K. Gilmartin. Trained by Christy Noble, a son of McCardle, driven by Yannick Gingras, the 1, Laughing Hanover. Owned by Don Tiger. Trained by Steve Carter, a son of McCardle, driven by Brett Miller, the 2, Charlie May. Owned by Odds On Racing, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr., a son of Racing Hill. Driven by Mitchell Cushing, the 3, Odds On Shaggy. Burke Racing Stable, M.E. Rowe, Weaver Brasimi. Trained by Ron Burke, a son of Mr. Apples, driven by David Miller, the 4, I'm Sorry Man. Owned by James Morris, Dennis Owens, Norman Ray Racing, trained by Christy Noble. A son of Big Bad John, driven by Dan Noble. The 5, Born to be Shameless. Owned by Hutchison Harness, D. Wozniak, D. Van Dusen, and Acadia Farms, trained by Brian Brown. A son of Western Vintage, driven by Ronnie Wren Jr., the 6, 4-Star Flash. Owned by Cyclone Stables, trained by Ron Potter, a son of Rockin' Amadeus. Driven by Ryan Stahl, the 7, Cyclone, Union Jack. Completing the field, owned by Dennis Owens. Norman Ray Racing, trained by Ron Burke. Chris Page drives the 8. A son of Bring on the Beach is Heart of Chewbacca. That's the field for the 10th race, Ohio Sire Stakes. 3-year-old Colt and gelding, a pacing championship, a purse $300,000.
The 3-year-old Colt Pacers getting ready to go to the gate in this, the 7th of our 8 championship races tonight from MGM Northfield Park. Let's throw it down to Roger Houston, who is with Dennis Owens, the co-owner of 2 of the horses in this race. Roger?
Here in the winner's circle with one of the owners of Heart of Chewbacca, Dennis Owens. Big night, Sire Stake Championship.
Yes, it's a great night. I have Art Chewbacca in there and actually another horse too, and it's just a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Post positions of late, though, with Heart of Chewbacca.
I don't know if they think I should spot him or what. But no, it hasn't been lucky. And our business is 90% horse and 10% luck, and haven't had that luck yet with him. So.
But he's had a great year.
Oh, he's had a very good year, and it's not over yet. He still have some good races after this.
He's not eligible to the jug.
No, no. He'll race there, but just
in the Ohio Breeders' Championship.
Right, yeah. He won last year, yes.
What has it been for you to own a horse like that?
A once-in-a-lifetime experience. I'm very proud. It's what our industry is about, and people that support is what's amazing. You hear from people all the time everywhere I go. They're just, we love your horse, and they're rooting behind you, and I think that's fantastic. That's what the business is about.
He's not the first horse you've owned.
No, I've been in since I was 5. No, he's not the first.
The whole family's been involved in harness
my
racing.
dad and my brothers, yes.
Yeah. But this has to be one of the shining moments, I think,
It
with
is.
Heart of Chewbacca.
It's a once in a lifetime, and I know that. You don't get horses like this in our business very often.
How much did you have to pay for him at the beginning?
He was a $20,000 buy at the S. But Danny picked him out. Danny picked him out, my partner, and he did a very good job. He trained the mother.
A lot of people don't know that Norman Ray Racing is actually Dan and Christy.
Yes, it is. These great partners I have with them there. Yes.
We wish you the best of luck tonight, and like you say, it is a lot of luck involved in harness racing.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Roger.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Appreciate it. Hey, he's got his own cheering section.
And that's what happens to you. You find, like a cheering section down there for, it's a lot of his friends, but you find somebody and you find that horse and you start following that horse, and you get that group of people that start rooting for him, and there's a lot of people pulling for Heart of Chewbacca today to come up with the victory.
It was back in June when Heart of Chewbacca and Charlie May raced, and Heart of Chewbacca made a move at the 3/8 pole, and I said, I've never seen a horse move that fast. And then Charlie May came back and did the exact same thing at the 5/8 pole, and I said, I have not seen a horse move like that since about an eighth of a mile ago. But two incredibly great animals. Heart of Chewbacca, Bring on the Beach, bred by Spring Haven Farms. We've talked about Charlie May with Don Tiger, the homebred, trained by Steve Carter from McArdle. McArdle actually has 2 in this. McArdle has sired 2 of the finalists here, so there's 7 sires represented here in the 8-horse 10th race, which is the 3-year-old Colt Pace.
The overwhelming favorite right there, Charlie May, with Brett Miller in the bike, getting ready to go to the gate shortly in this race. And Dennis mentioned something. Roger asked him about eligibility for the jug, not eligible for the jug. Explain the process that these owners have to do to become eligible for the jug. Now, next year changes. Anybody can buy into it.
We'll talk about this year, then we'll talk about next year. To be eligible this year, you had to make a payment when the horse was a yearling, and then when the horse became 2, when the horse became 3. So any time along that way, if you miss one of the payments, then you're required to supplement. The rules this year is that you had to win the North America Cup, which was moved to this weekend. This weekend were the eliminations, next weekend were the finals. The Cane Pace, the Messenger, or the Meadowlands Pace. And as it's been well documented, Charlie May crossed the line first, but was disqualified and placed 9th in the Meadowlands Pace. And if his appeal is heard and he is promoted to the winner before the draw, he is eligible to enter the Little Brown Jug for $45,000. Now, next year, those requirements go away for the supplement having to be one of the 4 special races. So anybody with $45,000 can supplement next year. Odds on Shaggy is actually jug eligible, and I was joking with some people saying he might want to enter the jug. It might be easier competition than going up against Heart of Chewbacca and Charlie May in the Ohio Breeders. But obviously,
what did Virgil say?
I didn't throw that up to Virgil or Mr. Parham, but obviously it's the jug is starting to shape up. I mean, the top 3 finishers in the second elimination last night were jug eligible, and the 3rd place finisher in the first elimination of the North American Cup were jug eligible. So it's starting to round into shape, and excited for a nice deep field. And
do they start to tell you now? Do you get any messages like, "Hey, we're going to be there," or "We're leaning that way"?
We're leaning that way. We'll get questions. Hey, if I enter, what time do I have to be in detention? So we know if they start asking questions. American Courage, who defeated Charlie May and the Messenger, is actually not eligible, so he's calling asking how to get his money to us. So that's always a good sign too.
So let's go for the 3-year-old Colt and Colt Gelding Pace for the Ohio Sire Stakes.
Sorry, man. Born to be shameless. 4-star Flash. Cyclone Union Jack to the outside. Heart of Chewbacca. Top of the stretch. For the Ohio Sire Stake Championship. Here they come. The year-round band of pacing, and it's Charlie May who pushed the gate away, looking for the lead to the outside. Odds on Shaggy as they pace around the initial turn. Laugh Again Hanover is there in third. Moving up on the outside, Heart of Chewbacca. And Heart of Chewbacca's on the fly early on here as they pace to the initial quarter. Then in there to be next, we have I'm Sorry Man, followed by Born to be Shameless. Cyclone Union Jack trails by the quarter, 26 and 3. So Heart of Chewbacca, despite starting on the outside, is the leader. In their second, Odds on Shaggy, heavily favored. Charlie May is third. Laugh Again Hanover is pacing in fourth. I'm Sorry Man is in fifth. Then it's Born to be Shameless and 4-star Flash. Cyclone Union Jack as they drive here to the halfway mile mark of the race, where Heart of Chewbacca is the leader. Here comes Charlie May moving up on the outside to challenge the half in 54 and 4 as they pace up into the turn. Heart of Chewbacca, the one to knock off on the outside. Charlie May starts to apply some pressure. Odds on Shaggy is there in third. Pacing fourth, Laugh Again Hanover. Then to the outside is I'm Sorry Man with 4-star Flash, Cyclone Union Jack, and Born to be Shameless. To 3/4 they go, and on the outside, Charlie May. Charlie May leads them by a half a length. Heart of Chewbacca battles at the rail. 121 and 4, looking 3 wide. Odds on Shaggy. Then to the inside, 4-star Flash. It's wide open here as they come to the top of the stretch. Heart of Chewbacca fights on. Charlie May on the outside. Out far outside, then is Odds on Shaggy. Coming on the extreme outside, Born to be Shameless coming to the wire. Photo for win. Either Born to be Shameless or Charlie May in 151 and 3.
151 and 3, and I think Charlie May got nipped at the wire.
Did kind of look like Born to be Shameless. Got up in the final steps, but we're a little bit off on the finish line. Interesting to know that Charlie May had $50 of the $59,000 to win on Charlie May.
Wow. So if it was Born to be Shameless, those people that
30
bet
to 1
on that are going to get a very, very nice payoff. But that was a whale of a race. And from
the camera angle here at Northfield Park is a little off. It's past the finish line, so a lot of times it'll look like the outside horse.
And there, I really couldn't tell from that angle.
And that
either,
angle's
so.
actually the other side. It's short of the finish line, looking back towards the so.
So we'll have to see what they do. The photo is up. 5, 2, 3, 1. That makes it Born to be Shameless unofficial. Just nips Charlie May at the end.
So owner Dennis Owens doesn't get the win with Heart of Chewbacca, but picks up the win with Born to be Shameless.
And I think he'd be very happy either way. So it looks like Charlie May falls, and it's going to be the number 5 horse, Born to be Shameless, with the win. And Dan Noble will pick up the drive. Doesn't drive the usual Heart of Chewbacca and gets the win there. And Christy Noble gets the training win. So just another great race as making his way back towards the winner's circle is Dan Noble and Born to be Shameless.
Sired by Big Bad John, winner of the Little Brown Jug.
So here comes Dan Noble back, and now it is official, and the winner is Born to be Shameless. So Charlie May cannot hang on to his title, and Born to be Shameless is your winner. Dan gets a big hug from owner Dennis Owens.
Born to be Shameless trackside, Kevin Green
So Born to be Shameless with Dan Noble in there. Christy Noble also in there with their son. Dave Bianconi getting Dan Noble, and Dan's going to hand over the helmet to his son.
Who is an aspiring driver himself.
Colt picked up his first couple wins of his driving career. Drove Ubuntu to the win, who gave Dan Noble his 6,000th win. So not bad if you get to jog behind a winner. So let's go down to the winner's circle.
Christy, the connections of Born to be Shameless, who pulled the upset. Dan, this is why they race him on the track and not on paper.
That's right. You know, this horse here, I purchased him off of Ron Steck. I drove him one start and loved him, and I thought if I could iron him out, that we would have a chance to be right here today.
Man. You know, quite a race. Charlie May had to go a tough trip first over. He battled and put away the horses that were on the front, but then you kind of sneaked in from the clouds there in the end and nipped him. Great effort, though, by Born to be Shameless, without question.
Yeah, you know, it helped out a lot, you know, with him having to do a lot of legwork, Charlie May. And this horse here definitely has a big kick late, and that's what I was hoping for.
Right, and you've driven Heart of Chewbacca a number of times. That's part of you know, Norman Ray Racing, you're part of too. You kind of had to drive Born to be Shameless here, which probably you weren't that happy about at first, but hey, everything works out in the end.
Yeah, you know, no doubt I would have much rather drove Heart of Chewbacca in this situation here, but, you know, it still worked out either direction.
I got to say, your connections are having a very good time back there. You know, to win one like this, you maybe don't expect to win. That has to feel really good.
Yes, it feels really good.
All right. Congratulations, Danny. Way to go.
Thanks, Dave.
So the backers of Born to be Shameless get rewarded with a $69.80 ticket, and the owners triple their lifetime earnings from $52,000 to now $202,000.
Not too bad. And, you know, Dan Noble talked about the kick that the horse had. You take a look, its last race out, you know, at the top of the stretch was fifth, you know, a length and 3/4 back, went on to win the race by a length and a quarter. Has also shown, you know, some great speed at the end. So a closer and Born to be Shameless. And like he said, maybe his stablemate took enough out of, or Charter Chewbacca took enough out of Charlie May for Born to be Shameless to get up for the win. So 7 of our 8 are in the books. We'll have an overnight first before we wrap it up with the 3-year-old Colt Trot. But next up, we will have the Open from Northfield Park, and we'll be back after this. At Centera Co-op, we share your passion for your horses. We have the feed and supplies you need to care for your equine athletes. Centera Co-op and Purina Animal Nutrition continue their partnership to help Ohio horsemen and horsewomen with innovative feeding solutions. Expert horse nutrition and care is available from our equine specialists. Call 440-321-9996 for more information. Centera Co-op and Purina Animal Nutrition, a winning combination for your horses.
Your animals provide unconditional love. When they hurt, you want the best care available to help them enjoy life again. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center is here for you and for them. From heart disease to cancer, diabetes to broken bones, and 24-hour emergency services, Ohio State's team of experts make a difference in the lives of animals and the family members who love them. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
Welcome back to Northfield Park as we get set for the 11th race on the card. This will be the Open Handicap. It'll go for $20,500. The number 1 will be Billy Lincoln N. The Dark Shadow, number 2. Southwind Amazon, number 3. Just Toying with you, number 4. Dr. Frisky is number 5. Number 6, Bernie. Number 7, Elver Hanover. And number 8, Better Than Spring. So this, you know, the open races that you have both here at Northfield and at El Dorado Scioto Downs, very, very competitive of late.
usually 50 weeks of the year. This is the feature race of the week, but not on Super Night. But a great field put together for a purse of $20,500. You got a couple of great ones in here. Elver Hanover won its last start, which was on Charity Night down at Scioto Downs, 49-4, and you've got Better Than Spring that was assigned post number 8. So that obviously tells you when you've been assigned post 8 that means you're usually the best in the field. So
Talk about that. You would think if you're the best in the field, why am I being punished?
well, they're trying to make it fair for the bettors, and they're trying to make it more a competitive race. Because if this was truly an open and Better Than Spring was always drawing inside, the other horses would say, why am I even entering? So if you'll notice, post positions 1, 2, 7, and 8 were assigned. Now 1 and 2 were assigned because they were probably marginal in the marginal open horses, and then the post 3 through 6 were drawn. So that's just a complete random draw. So obviously, the Dave Bianconi and his staff here felt that Better Than Spring and Elver Hanover should be the favorites in this race.
Well, the other one you got to take a look at is that number 3, Southwind Amazon, has only won $1.2 million.
Normally Southwind Amazon's the one being punished with post 8, but was actually in the open draw and drew post position 3 here for Paul Holtzman, who I believe won earlier on the card. So, yeah, like you mentioned, 111 wins, and that's getting up there into foiled again country. So the foiled again countdown will continue if this one would pick up number 112 tonight.
Well, joining us now on our set is Renee Mancino, the executive director of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, and so far a great night.
Oh, yeah, awesome night.
Let me get this up there for you. There you go.
I know. I'm like never sitting down on a night like tonight. So, you know what? This maybe wasn't even on here. I would have never known. But, yeah, always a great night of racing. And MGM Northfield Park has done a fantastic job, as per usual, with them, with Super Night. And
the weather cooperated this year.
I know.
That's what I was just about to say.
Last year, or 2 years ago, we had to take a 45-minute so they could scrape the track. Not so much tonight.
Yes, last year we were at El Dorado Scioto Downs. The year before, I remember it was a deluge, absolute, the entire night. So, yeah, optimal weather, and I think we saw racing commensurate with that. I think optimal weather, without a doubt.
So far, 2 world records, 4 track records that have been set. Talk a little bit about the state of harness racing in Ohio, where we are now that horses are getting onto that Grand Circuit stage.
Well, I don't think anyone is surprised by the fact that the Ohio breeders have always strived to be, the best at what they do nationwide. And, they've really come through with top stallions year after year after year that have come to the Buckeye State to make Ohio their home. You can't say enough about the breeding program being number 1 in the country, actually nationwide, for this is our 6th year. So, I don't think anybody is surprised that our horses are performing on the Grand Circuit stage on a regular basis. I think everyone is probably a little bit dismayed this year that we don't have Charlie May eligible into the Little Brown Jug. But from that perspective, you will be hard-pressed to find a lot of horses that are going to beat the Ohio breds, not just this year, but in many, many years.
You talked about the stallions. I think we should also talk about the dams. I mean, I know there's a number of large farms that have their headquarters, if you will, outside the state that are bringing a number of their top mares into the state to be bred, including Diamond Creek Racing, who won a race earlier tonight.
Well, yeah, Hanover Shoe Farms, one of the best in the country. Just absolutely, no matter what state you're in, I think everyone wants to be involved in not just Ohio, but in, all of the good state circuits. Obviously we're biased here in Ohio, so there is none better, but you have very strong programs in New York State. Kentucky's coming along as well, the dark horse. Pennsylvania, always very, very strong. Indiana, the same thing. And you're absolutely correct. We do have a lot of out-of-state people that are breeding to Ohio stallions. And, I think it's a testament to, like I said, what the breeders here have brought on the sire side.
So it's obviously a very busy time. Tonight, Super Night, then we have the consolations, and then you have the sales, and then we have Delaware, and so you're going to have to get some rest here in the next few weeks.
See, no one's going to laugh at that more than Mr. Frost here because, it's not me, it's my team. I think there was a very nice article that was written in the Harness Racing Update. I think it was released today.
This morning, yes.
I had a few people send it to me, and I said, 100% team. It is by far team. I'm a huge proponent of team, and they come through for me every single time. So
when your coach doesn't sleep, you can't
sleep. Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean, no matter what, Renee is on the go constantly. I think there was a time, over the last 4 weeks, I think we went 3 weeks, we didn't even see each other. You were not in the office. You were out about traveling, getting things done. I was too, but you're right. If we didn't have the team that we have, we couldn't have pulled off a lot of the things that we did this year. And it's been great. And that article really summed it up in that, there comes a point when you can see a lot of people across the country and across the world watching Ohio harness racing.
And that's, it's a testament also to the level of experience that we have at the association, not just the fact that everyone works so well together, but also, the knowledge level. And, there are a lot of times where, we'll be in an office and we'll be having a meeting and we'll be talking about something. We do roundtable meetings to, get everybody on the same page. And, someone will make a suggestion and you're like, oh my gosh, you're 150% correct. That is so brilliant, and we should have been doing that a long time ago. And like I said, they're just so talented, aside from the fact that they absolutely bleed scarlet and gray harness racing. It's just, like I said, it's a team, without a doubt. And it's also you freelancers.
I have fun doing this. I'll be honest with you.
That's the thing. We've added so many to our stable that we've got. It's kind of nice to be able to call on a Jay Wolf and most recently Brad Conrad, a photographer who's given us a lot, and you got Doug Ballinger who's called races. We've got Austin Scott that people are trying to pirate away from us. That we got to figure a way to get a hold of him. He's doing the
free agent?
He was doing the interviews for it last night at
okay,
Scioto.
last night, okay.
Yeah, so but it's been a great time and a great year, and and the racing tonight has just been unbelievable. And to see, I think we've got basically out of the 7 races, 6 different trainers have had winners tonight. So that really says something about the our diversity of trainers in the state.
It does, and I think this year as a whole, it doesn't matter if it's the Ohio Sire Stakes program or the Buckeye Stallion Series or even the County Fair Circuit. I think and this is unofficial, I have noticed so many different trainers across all divisions and all classes of racing, and quite a few this year, and we'd have to look at the statistics, but quite a few of our smaller stables that have purchases, an under $20,000 purchase.
Smooth as Tennessee whiskey, a $3,000 purchase, and I think they said Mr. Haynes has 2 horses, so not a bad way to Sire Stakes champion with 50% of them. So.
And that's what everybody's talking about is what's going to happen too at the sales. Though it's going to be hard to find those bargains because the prices just continue to go up and up and up.
They do find them, though. I mean,
They're going to have to look a little harder, though, this year compared to past years.
Well, and it seems to me that some of the bargains have been had at Harrisburg, at maybe some of the sales where you have people that may have in the past concentrated on other jurisdictions. But, like I said, we have quite a few, and like you said, Jay, we have quite a few really excellent Black Book mare owners booking to Ohio Stallions. So, you may get a smaller window of opportunity for that as well.
Now, this is just the first of championship nights coming up. We've got the Buckeye Stallion Series next month, and we also have the Ohio Fair Finals as well.
And we also have Charity Night at Dayton.
Yes, we do. We've got
That's another
big event we've got coming up.
Yes.
And now, if you want to throw big events in here, December 16th here at MGM Northfield Park, we'll be giving away 5 55-inch televisions on our big television giveaway night up here at Northfield Park, too. So we've got a lot more to do still in the years. Everybody thinks the year kind of slows down now. Not for us. It's going to keep going. So.
And we also have the owner seminar, or actually networking event. It's not a seminar. We're trying to get Ohio-based owners, or even if you're not an Ohio-based owner, we're trying to create an event so that you can go and meet other owners and network and socialize and talk harness racing, talk whatever you want to talk about. Maybe find a new partnership, maybe find someone else, maybe, get involved at a different level. We're just trying to get those off the ground as well. And we're going to have our first one of those at El Dorado Scioto Downs coming up as well. And we're very hopeful that we have a lot of RSVPs from those owners and that they come and that it's, actually something that will be useful for them.
I think the early indications are we've gotten a lot of RSVPs that people are going to be there early on, which is good to know. And plus, the other thing, too, that, we've talked a lot about over this year is the fractional ownership, how that has brought more people into the harness racing game. And that will no doubt continue to grow.
Yeah, and that's I think, something that absolutely will continue to grow because you can participate on a level that makes you comfortable, and then if you're of the mindset that you want to branch out, you can do that as well. So, if someone's a fractional ownership group person, they're more than welcome at the owner seminar. We sent out, I don't even know, quite a few, 2,000 plus. To any owner that was listed in our database. We extended that to, fans, people that we thought might be interested in being an owner. We cooperated with the fractional ownership groups to get them into the mix. So hopefully this is really something, I think, the start of a trend with having these owners' social or networking events, and it will continue.
One of the big stories, too, and has been Scioto Downs. The grandstand was condemned, but things are looking promising there.
Things are looking very promising there. I've seen the plans for the facility. They are still in the works, to my understanding. During that whole sort of melee that surrounded the closure of the grandstand, I was a little bit surprised, I would have to say, by the extreme comments that we got in regards to what's going on. Is the meet over for the end of the year, until the end of the year? Will we ever race at El Dorado again? So I don't know. I was just a little bit taken aback at the extreme level that people took that to. I got highly criticized for some comments in the Columbus Dispatch where I had said this was going to be a blip on the radar for the live racing season, and I was confident that El Dorado and the Caesars management would do the right thing at this point. And I can understand the frustration, but you have a lot of moving parts behind the scenes. And, it's during those times that you have to rely on the directors of our board, our officers, and obviously me to try and get us through those things. We all have the best interests of the horsemen at heart. We 150% bleed scarlet and gray harness racing.
And we got through it, and they started racing again, and we're about to race. So, Renee, thank you for joining us tonight as we get set to go with the open handicap here. I'll see you later on.
Thanks, guys.
Top of the stretch for the 11th race, and here they come. From between them, Southwind, Amazon, the inside, the Dark Shadow. Hanover is also flashing a lot of early speed, better than Spring from the outside. Scooting around the turn of the backstretch, Southwind, Amazon, now on the engine. Hanover, we get a two-hole trip. In their third, the Dark Shadow, followed over there by Better Than Spring. Then we find Billy Lincoln. Then it's Just Toying With You, with Dr. Frisky and Bernie the opening quarter at 26 and 2. So the old man's on the lead. Southwind, Amazon. Hanover in second. The Dark Shadow stays in. Better Than Spring pops out. Also moving out Billy Lincoln. Then it is Just Toying With You. To the outside, Bernie is third up in the cover flow. The trailer is Dr. Frisky. Driving here to the half, Southwind, Amazon is on go here in 54 Moving out there 3 wide. Bernie starts to kick it in. Gapping the cover in between them is Billy Lincoln. Nowhere to go for just toying it with you. 3 wide. Dr. Frisky. 3/4 home at 122. In and around that final turn, Southwind Amazon trying to see it through. On the outside, Biz Better Than Spring. Right there is Elver Hanover. Bernie is coming on 3 wide. Then it is the Dark Shadow and Dr. Frisky. They're up the top of the stretch. Southwind Amazon the leader. Elver Hanover slides into the passing lane. And Elver Hanover pacing by. Elver Hanover to win. Southwind Amazon second, Better Than Spring, and a photo for the rest, 150, 2/5.
Elver Hanover, 150 and 2/5. The winner comes down the lightning lane and picks up the win, passing Southwind Amazon, the local favorite.
Looks like the Warhorse Southwind Amazon will have to wait another week for win number 112.
Almost had it that time, but Elver Hanover picks up his 4th win of the year. 16th career win in 37 starts for Elver Hanover. $695,000 with the win today, up over $700,000 in lifetime earnings for the 4-year-old by Yankee Cruiser out of the Ponderosa mare Edra Hanover.
From Hanover Shoe Farms. So as we were talking earlier, some of the outside farms coming into the Buckeye State. This is an Ohio bred, but it was bred by Hanover Shoe Farms out of Hanover, Pennsylvania.
Owned by Burke Racing Stable, Dr. Jablonski, J&T Silva, Purnell and Libby, and Jason Malello of Powell, Ohio, one of the OHHA Board of Directors. So picking up the victory was Elver Hanover in the open. Second went to the number 3 Southwind Amazon. Third to Better Than Spring, and Bernie with Kurt Sugg for Jessica Milner finishes 4th. I was thinking every one of these horses except Billy Lincoln has earned over $100,000.
Chris Page picks up his 2nd win of the night.
Brett Miller sitting there with the triples so far, all 3 though in the Sire Stakes. But another win for Chris Page as he makes his way to the winner's circle. Gets a handshake.
And the winner's circle
There is
after winning race number 11, 7 Elver Hanover, a 4-year-old.
Elver Hanover.
Yankee Cruiser. Out of Edra Hanover by the Ponderosa, the Burke Racing Stable, B. Jablonski, J. Malillo, J&T Silva, Purnell and Libby. Ron Burke trains. Chris Page is the winning driver.
Chris's son was in the winner's circle there, along with his wife. And Chris will hop back in the bike. And that will set the stage now for our final Ohio Sire Stakes Championship. And this will be the 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trot. And winning ticket will try to make it a perfect 10 for 10 on the year.
A perfect 10.
Very hard to do. So we'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll set the stage for our finale after this.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Visit us September 17th at the Pickaway County Fairgrounds and get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, and Long Tom. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Bow River Jewelers are the premier designers of standardbred jewelry for more than 30 years. We incorporate today's latest fashion designs into our Saucony jewelry, creating a unique piece of jewelry which can only be found at BowRiverJewelry.com, your Saucony jewelry headquarters. Visit BowRiverJewelry.com today for your piece of Saucony jewelry. Don't be shut out. Purchase today at BowRiverJewelry.com.
Trifecta, 20-cent superfecta, and pick threes. This race scratched the 8.
Welcome back to MGM Northfield Park as we get set for the 12th race on the card, the 8th of our 8 championship races and our final race of the evening. With our coverage and the field 8, the top 8 point getters in the 3-year-old Colt Trot, the number 1. Don't forget Little Man. Deborah Schwartz trains for, and Dan Noble will drive. The number 2, Panzano. Christopher Beaver is the trainer. Brett Miller will get the drive. The number 3, Peters Royalty. Josh Sutton in the bike for Deborah Garland. The number 4 is Perron. Ronnie Wren Jr. will drive. Chris Beaver trains, one of 3 that he has in this race. The number 5 is Lockbox. Ron Burke is the trainer. Chris Page will drive. The number 6, Winning Ticket, trained by Chris Beaver. Aaron Merriman will do the driving. Number 7 is McStoned Again. Tony Hall will drive for trainer Chris Hirschberger. And we're going to scratch the number 8, Spider the Striker. Just making sure, yep, Spider the Striker has been scratched. So it will be just a 7-horse field in this race. And Jay, all eyes are on Winning Ticket. 9 for 9 this year. Last year won 4 of 8. Doesn't know anything else except winning.
Aaron Merriman mentioned in the winner circle earlier tonight that Winning Ticket was sick during last year's Ohio Sire Stakes final, so that would explain his poor performance that night. But we talked about Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey being a $3,000 purchase. The Winning Ticket was just a $4,000 purchase at the Blooded Horse sale, and Chris Beaver talked about how there was no video, or there was very little out there on Winning Ticket. He normally wouldn't buy someone like that, but thought he would take a chance, and he has a way with Triumphant Caviar.
Well, and that's what I was just going to say. With his history of Triumphant Caviar, to see maybe throw $4,000 at it and see what you get, and obviously, 7s came up on the board. In this case, 9 so far on the board for him.
And 284,000, so he's made his 4,000 back quite well.
Out of the Credit Winner Mare Lotto winner, and he's been a winner with Winning Ticket. So
don't forget, Little Man was a $5,000 yearling purchase, and that one's made $155,000 for trainer and owner Deborah Schwartz.
And that's I had a chance to talk to Deborah at one of the fairs earlier this year. And when you take a look at a horse like that for a trainer like that, you got to hope and wish that they have great success in a race like this. And Dan Noble has driven, don't forget, Little Man most of the time. Chris Page has had a drive, and Jeff Neisonger had the drive at Greenville when finishes second to Street Gossip over at the Greenville Fair.
Speaking of fair racing, if you do have a program, you'll notice that on number 7, McStoned Again, there was a line missing as the programs were printed before the Canton race was held. The horse did finish first by a neck at Canton. So
that was just 3 days ago, and that has won now. That's 5 in a row for McStoned Again. 8 wins this year in 16 starts, took a mark of 156 here at Northfield. That was back on the 14th of August when McStoned Again was a winner.
Perron won last year as the 2-year-old Colt trotter. Panzano was in the final last year, and so was Winning Ticket. So the 3 Beaver horses made the finals as 3-year-olds and as 2-year-olds. So.
The winner last year was Action Uncle, and we'll show you that video. We've shown you all the other ones. We'll show you that one, but we'll wait till after the post parade because I think they're going to get ready to post parade shortly. Looks like the warm-up horses are all starting to head to the back of stretch so they can get off. So after the post parade, we'll show you that race from last year. So far, the only trainer with 2 wins is Chris Beaver, and a very good chance to make it a 3-bagger for him tonight.
With 3 of the 7 remaining.
He's got Panzano, which won one leg. That was back on June 5th at Northfield, won one leg in the Ohio Sire Stakes. And then also has Perron, which was did not win a leg, but had 2 seconds. And the last time it was a winner was on June 12th at the Meadows in the Courier and Eyes. So let's take a look at the post parade.
Sire Stake Championship for 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters. A purse of $300,000. This race scratched the 8 with place show, exacta, trifecta, 20-cent superfecta, and pick threes. Owned by Deborah Swartz, who also trains. A son of Don't You Forget It, driven by Dan Noble, the one, Don't Forget Little Man. Owned by Spartaners, trained by Christopher Beaver. A son of Garagioso, driven by Brett Miller, the 2, Panzano. Owned by M.A. McLaughlin, G.D. Short, D.S. Garland. Trained by Deborah Garland, a son of Uncle Peter, driven by Josh Sutton, the 3, Peter's Royalty. Josh Sutton in red, black, and white colors this evening. All by S. Stewart, D. Wright, G.Y. Coxon, and K. Doherty, trained by Christopher Beaver, a son of My MVP, driven by Ronnie Wright Jr., the 4, Perron. On McGirt Racing Stable, Purnell and Libby, J&T Silva Stables, Weaver Brissimi, trained by Ron Berg, a son of Wishing Stone, driven by Chris Page, 5, Lockbox. By C. Beaver, S.C. Handler, T. Homan, J. Burnett, trained by Christopher Beaver, a son of Triumphant Caviar, driven by Aaron Merriman, 6, Winning Ticket. By Sonia Vermeil, trained by Chris Hirschberger, a son of Wishing Stone, driven by Tony Hall, 7, mixed stoned again. The 8 has been scratched, and that's the field for race 12.
So 7 will go to the gate here for the 3-year-old Colt Trot, the final of our 8 Ohio Sire Stakes Championships. But let's first head down to the winner's circle with Roger Houston.
Okay. With us now, a gentleman that's going into this race with a horse that's undefeated, Steve Cilendelar, winning ticket. It's been quite a year.
It really has, Roger. This has been a dream come true for me and my partners. We were really excited that Chris picked this horse out for us and has kept him this good all season.
The wild story is you purchased him for $4,000?
That's right. Chris loves a bargain, and he certainly found one here.
What was the story behind it, though?
I was not at the sale, but it's my understanding that the horse was involved in some sort of a trailer accident on the way to the sale and was a little banged up. Really didn't bring much in the way of bids, so we were lucky enough to get him for the $4,000.
Have you ever had a horse go undefeated?
I have not. I was lucky enough a few years ago to have a champion trotter named Sunrise Nibbles, but this horse is the best horse that I've ever owned.
He has changed quite a bit, though, from his 2-year-old season to the 3-year-old season. He was a hard horse to drive as a 2-year-old, wasn't he?
Oh, absolutely. We had a little bad luck last year, but Chris made the decision to gild him over the winter, and I think that's really what's made all the difference.
Of course, he has to be in the running for possible Ohio Horse of the Year.
Well, that would be wonderful. Charlie May is really a wonderful horse as well, and whoever gets it would certainly be no disgrace to Ohio racing because they're both superstars.
You attend an awful lot of county fairs as well as the race meets to see your horses race.
I do. I love horse racing. I had the unfortunate experience of losing my wife 7 years ago, and I've dedicated myself now to harness racing, so it's become my passion, and it's really been a dream come true to have horses as good as this winning ticket.
Thank you for giving us a few minutes of your time tonight, and we wish you luck with the winning ticket, not just tonight, but I guess you're going to Canada as well?
We are going to race in the Canadian Trotting Derby in 2 weeks.
Okay, good luck to you. Steve?
Thank you, Roger.
Take care.
All right.
Steve Sandelar with us in the winner's circle here at Northfield Park.
Thank you, Roger Houston. And winning ticket will try to make it 10 in a row. We said we were going to show you the Action Uncle. We're going to pick that race up halfway through because it looks like the starting gate may be getting ready to roll. So let's go to the call.
Off stride, and the trailer is Man of Many Loves. They roll to the half, and Action Uncle on top of the field. It's Academic is now the pocket sitter. The half at 56 and 2. Swing on to the back stretch. Yanks dugout, riding the rail in third. Sitting in, Buxton out and moving first up. Here comes David Miller in waiting boots. Tracking the cover is Stonefire US. That it's 2 back to break out the gold as they trot down the back stretch. Action Uncle has got the lead. Waiting Boots now second on the outside. Academic is gapped away from the pocket. Stonefire US and George Brennan on the outside fourth. They trot by 3/4. Action Uncle with the lead. 1:25 and 2. Just 29 flat backside. Middle half, 58 seconds. Action Uncle at 1-5 has the fractions in his favor, but Waiting Boots is pouring on the pressure. It's Academic to the inside. 3 wide. Stonefire US into the stretch. It's Action Uncle. He digs in. Brett says go, and he is gone. Action Uncle to win it. Action Uncle from Waiting Boots. It's Academic and Stonefire US. Fifth was Buxton, 1:53.
Action Uncle, the winner last year in this race, went on to be named the Ohio Horse of the Year, and possibility, as Mr. Zealander just said, that winning ticket, with a win would be no disgrace to being Horse of the Year, but also talked about Charlie May as well. So the voting's going to get real interesting, too, especially if winning ticket wins tonight. So
I think the divisional titles are all spoken for. It's just going to be the Horse of the Year that everyone's going to be fighting over. So, like Mr. Z Handler said, no disgrace. I mean, you could even throw Gulf Shores in there now, and especially if he would go on and take on open company and Grand Circuit events too after Delaware.
It'll be interesting as the starting gate is starting to roll. It'll be interesting to see what happens. We've still got Delaware. And then the ones that may go on, like they just said, winning ticket's going to go up in pace in the Canadian Trotting Derby. So
hopefully it won't pace in the
Trotting. Or I'm sorry,
because that'll be off stride, and then
that would be a mess. Wouldn't it?
Yeah. That's the one thing.
It's getting late again.
That's one thing I've learned. You never say it's the 76 running of the Little Brown Jug,
right?
Because if they run, we're in big trouble.
So
it's always the addition. But you're a baseball guy. We'll cut you some slack.
Well, but though it's getting late. I know the last time I was up here to do one of these broadcasts, it was for the county fair races up here, and the last race went off at 11:59. So I'm going to be getting out of here at least a little bit earlier than that. So as the gate is rolling, let's throw it up to Ayers Ratliff for the finals of the 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot.
From the rail out, don't forget Little Man, Panzano, Peter's Royalty, Perron, Lockbox, winning ticket, outside, mixed stoned again, top of the stretch. For the Ohio Sire Stake Championship, 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters, and here they come. The year off and trotting, Panzano and Peter's Royalty both on a break. As they move around the initial turn inside, don't forget Little Man. On the outside, then is Lockbox. Winning ticket is spreading up 3 wide as they will move into the back stretch, and winning ticket Trot's out there to get the lead. Lockbox is on the outside. Don't forget Little Man in third. In there to be fourth, it's Perron. A few lengths back to Peter's Royalty. Then it is mixed stoned again. And the trailer, Panzano by the quarter at 27 3/5. Into that turn they go. The leader is winning ticket. In their second, Lockbox. Don't forget Little Man is third. Perron looks them over from fourth. Peter's Royalty is there in fifth. Over there sixth is mixed stoned again. And the distant Panzano moving by the half in 57 3/5. get Little Man. Then we find Perron, who's trotting in fourth. Trying to move up on the outside, McStoned again, as they rally around the turn to the top of the stretch, being led by Winning Ticket. Winning Ticket with the lead. Lockbox is now chasing from the pocket. Winning Ticket is the leader. Winning Ticket, your Ohio Sire State champion. Finishing second, Lockbox with Perron and McStoned again, 154-2.
Winning Ticket stays perfect, 10 for 10, 154-2. Was able to hold off the late charging Lockbox with Chris Page to pick up Chris Beaver's third Ohio Sire Stakes championship tonight, and Aaron Merriman picks up his second winning drive in the championships.
Chris Beaver, in an interview I did with him recently, says he just hoped nothing stupid happened, and nothing stupid happened, and he got the lead. He had to work for it in the first turn. He had to go, wide in the first turn, but once Aaron Merriman cleared going down the backstretch for the first time, it was just a matter of how far, and Lockbox, to his credit, kept things really close and, made a nice effort to take the place, though.
So we have a $3,000 purchase. We have a $4,000 purchase. Win championships here in the Ohio Sire Stakes here in 2021. So your winner, Winning Ticket, will make his way back around to the winner's circle as that wraps up a great night for Chris Beaver, picking up 3 wins. And, I think this is the one that he kind of expected, hoped for, that you would get to keep that winning streak alive.
Absolutely. Looks like Chris is going to get to enjoy the winner's circle because he has nothing to warm up.
For the first time tonight, Chris Beaver is going to be in the winner's circle, so hopefully we'll hear from Chris with Dave Bianconi when they come in there. But Chris Beaver now out there. There he is in his colors with Aaron Merriman. Little update on the horse, and has to be very happy as the connections will take the horse into the winner's circle.
3-year-old Colt in gelding Sire State trotting. Ohio bred this year in his Winning Ticket, and he's a perfect 10 for 10 this season. He's a 3-year-old being on a son of Triumphant Caviar. At a lotto winner by Credit Winner, by C. Beaver, S.C. Hindler, T. Holman, J. Burnett. Christopher Beaver is the trainer. Aaron Merriman winning driver, 154-2.
Roger Houston's found his way in the winner's circle.
That is a training triple tonight.
Where's Roger? It's like a game.
I'm looking and I can't find him. Where is he?
If they show the overhead camera, you'll notice he's towards behind Mr. Merriman.
Aaron hamming it up in the winner's circle.
See, there's Roger.
So Dave Bianconi to interview Chris Beaver as well as.
So Winning Ticket gets a little bit of revenge too. Finished 7th in last year's.
Job done yet again with Winning Ticket in our final Sire Stakes race of the night. Aaron, 10 for 10 on the year. This horse, on paper doesn't blow you away, except for the fact he wins every start.
Yeah, he does. This is the first time I pulled the plugs today. I mean, I probably didn't need to, but I just want to be reassured. He raced a lot early in the year, with the Hackett and things like that. But he's had to keep this horse tight, in between starts with not racing, So I think that's really hard, and it shows a lot of sentiment for this horse. It's very, very well deserving.
And he just does what he has to do. He doesn't, break a world record every week, but they don't write that on the check.
No, they don't. I don't know if you want to look at the line that from side. I was parked to the quarter 26-1 with this horse, and I actually had to open him up a little bit. I didn't pull the plugs that day. They were winning 53 in hand. So I don't know how much he can go or what, but he does his job. And like I said, after last year he was sick. I'm very, very happy for the horse and the connections.
I'm going to ask the trainer in a minute, but we're going to find out how much he can go after the Ohio season's over. Is he going to go on?
Yeah, I believe he does have some stakes somewhere else. And I really think this horse is going to be able to benefit, racing out of a hole. He was good last year, whatever, and he's been great this year, but he, as you can see, you can go whatever you want to the quarter and he comes right back to you. So when you feel like you're the best, that's me, I felt like the horse was the best, so I do not want to be in a position to follow anybody.
I'm with you. All right, let me get a few words from Chris. Congrats, Aaron. Training star of the night here on Ohio Super Night, Chris Beaver, won 3 of the 4 trots, and his star pupil caps the night off. You got to be very proud of this horse, Chris.
I'm very proud of him. This is he's been an absolute dream this year. This Colt has.
And of course, you trained Triumphant Caviar during his career. And are you surprised as how good of a sire he's become?
A little bit, but I've known it for a while. He's been a top sire every year in Ohio, and the only thing against him is he doesn't get a lot of good mares. So the way he produces has been phenomenal.
You're not kidding. And are we gonna find out, is this just an Ohio horse, or is this horse gonna give it a whirl in some of the late season Grand Circuit races?
Well, I've got him staked, and I think we'll probably try the Canadian Trotting Classic with him anyway in a couple weeks. So.
All right, and then Delaware after that, Delaware County Fair.
Maybe it's about 5-6 days back after that. We'll see how it goes. If he does real well, I may have to skip Delaware.
Gotcha. Well, congratulations, Chris. 3 wins on the night for the Beaver Stable. 10 for 10 on the season for Winning Ticket. Great job. Thank you, sir.
There's your winner, Winning Ticket, and the man sitting next to me never likes to hear that, that they may skip Delaware.
Well, I guess I can forgive Chris $100,000 for the Ohio Breeders, and I believe the Canadian Trotting Classic goes for $700,000. So,
if he wins, I can see that.
I'm not gonna get mad at Chris Beaver,
right? Because he'll have plenty of those of 5 days without a doubt.
He'll fill our box enough.
Yep. So the Winning Ticket gets his 10th win of the year, and so that's all 8 of our races now in the books. Chris Beaver wins 3 of them. Brett Miller wins 3 driving. Aaron Merriman picks up 2 on the driving side. We'll take a break, and then we'll come back and wrap it all up from MGM Northfield Park after this.
Last year was unique in many ways. The Little Brown Jug isn't the same without you, the fan. Make plans now to attend this year's Little Brown Jug, where history is sure to be made and a new champion will be crowned.
You win the Little Brown Jug!
The 76th Little Brown Jug is Thursday, September 23rd. Please visit littlebrownjug.com or call 1-800-DEL-FAIR to learn more about ticket packages. Be there!
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
Welcome back to MGM Northfield Park, where tonight a great night of racing. 8 championship races in the books. We had some great finishes. We had some great performances. We had an upset. And most importantly, we had world records and track records.
Well, Winning Ticket was perfect, and Charlie May suffered a rare defeat. Sea Silk and Gulf Shores stamped themselves as the best 2-year-olds, maybe not in just Ohio, but maybe in the Midwest. And bargain prices of Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey and Winning Ticket. So those are the headlines.
We had a little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything.
And you write a lot of stories. If you're writing the story for this, what is your headline?
Well, since I previewed Chris Beaver having the 3 favorites, I feel bad writing it back. I think I'd honestly talk about the 2-year-olds. I would talk about Sea Silk and Gulf Shores. I think it's important that the people around the country know that about Ohio's producing in these 2-year-olds. So I would probably lead with the 2-year-olds.
But you're right. There were so many different storylines here. You really could go so many different ways with it. But again, Chris Beaver wins 3. Brett Miller wins 3 as well. Aaron Merriman has 2 driving wins. Ronnie Wren Jr. picked up 1. Chris Page and Dan Noble were other drivers. Virgil Morgan, Brian Brown, Brian Haynes, Ron Burke, and Christy Noble pick up training wins. So our champions again, our 2-year-old filly pacer was Sea Silk. The 2-year-old filly trotter, Gabby C Note. The 2-year-old colt pacer, Gulf Shores. The 2-year-old colt trotter, the Mighty Hill. The 3-year-old filly pacer, Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey. The 3-year-old filly trotter, Herculesa. The 3-year-old colt pacer, Born to be Shameless. And the 3-year-old colt trotter was Winning Ticket. So I want to thank everybody here at MGM Northfield Park, Dave Bianconi, Michael Carter, Alex Badzinski for everything they did to help make this possible. Eldorado Scioto Downs for last year's races, our Classic Productions team, as well as the entire Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association staff. As Renee Mancino said, we've got a great team there, and I want to thank them for all their help. For Roger Houston, Jay Wolf, I'm Frank Frost. Thanks for joining us tonight. Don't forget, we've got County Fair Racing for the next 3 weeks. And don't forget to join us for 5 days in Delaware starting on September 19th. So I've got that date sired into my brain, ready to go. So we're looking forward to a great 5 days in Delaware. So everybody have a great night. We'll see you. Goodbye, everybody. This has been Super Night, the Ohio Sire Stakes Championships. Super Night is presented by the Galbraith Equine Center at the Ohio State University Veterinary Medical Center. Super Night is a production of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association and is sponsored by Midland Acres, the Little Brown Jug, Centerra Co-op, and Bow River Jewelry.